No, I totally forgot. I totally forgot. I'm going to order now, hon. I completely forgot about it.
Oh, because I've been like waiting for your text to
Oh,
come.
honey, I'm sorry. You didn't need to do that.
No, I mean I'm not like waiting, but I'm kind of like, wait, you alright? Because
Yeah,
like,
totally my bad. I let me order it right now.
well, do you want to? Because I was actually about to make some kind of dinner thing, so I was wondering if you wanted to have some with me.
Oh, yeah, if you were going to yeah, what do you think you're making?
This is kind of a random recipe, but it's kind of like a stir fry, but in a rice paper.
Okay. I am perfectly willing to I trust your judgment about
Like
this.
you like the stir fries that we've made.
Yes, I do.
It'll probably be something like that.
Yeah, that's fine. Then let's just do that. That would be great if you would not mind, sweetheart.
All right, I'll start doing that now. You
Thanks,
like
honey.
mushrooms, right? You like
Say.
mushrooms, right?
Yes, I do.
All right, cool.
Thank you, honey. Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Eberron, the Shield. A star-forged aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams have grown more troubled, the sight of her future grown more dim, but whose skill in battle, wisdom in counsel, and love for her sister and the Citadel has grown even stronger. Tantan, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory, with knowledge of what he did for the last war, and what he can or must do for the next one. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, even as the threats they face grow stronger and stranger, and even if she herself can't know where the next path might lead. Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. Now he's gone all in to save his friends. But will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, and started to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the nation of Thrain. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief somehow tied into the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Erulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to take down the repurposed Conclave outpost, repel a war-forged invasion, and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress, Razorcrag. They found an elemental forge of great power and rescued both hostages from Salvation and the maker of the Oracle of War himself. But the cost, and Braelish soldiers and the mighty floating fortress Argoth, taken by the Lord of Blades himself, was high. Now the King's Citadel must widen their world, traveling to the neighboring countries of Karnath, Thrain, and beyond. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, and neutralized Razorcrag. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, unmask the Emerald Claw, and stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world beyond Salvation. And the crackling flames bring us in. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everyone, Arvanauts, to a Saturday stream. It is February 3rd, 2024. It's about 7:53 p.m. Eastern in the year and time of our Lord, etc., etc. And I hope everyone is doing well and is as excited as I am for day 50 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. That's right, it is day 50 of this 20-part campaign. We are in the midst of part 11. We are in the midst of the first part of season 4 of Eberron Oracle of War, he said doubtfully. Actually, I think it's season 4, I believe, of season 4 of Oracle of War, which is called Drums of War. And I am extremely excited to continue here with part 2 of my Undying Heart. Before we get any further and we introduce everybody and get started with the adventure, just a couple of quick reminders about ways to support the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. And if you're watching over on YouTube, welcome, welcome. Please consider subscribing there and checking us out over on our Twitch TV channel as well. If you haven't done so already, please consider as well going to our Discord with !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. You can follow me over there. You can also follow me on Blue Sky, !ArvSky. Website for this, arvineleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop is the merchandise area. You can get Infinity and Beyond merchandise right now as we speak. If you want to rep the best bad idea we've ever had group of the King Citadel, you will see that when you go over there. You can also get Arvin Eleron General Channel stuff. You can get Shire Adventures stuff. Soon you're going to be able to get Expedition from the Mysterious Peak stuff as well, and maybe some other things down the line. So you can get swag for you and support the channel at the same time. You can also, of course, support the Patreon. We're really trying to build that up. You can get unique stuff at the Patreon, including inspirations to help our players. You can also get various things like an epic poem written about you, character backgrounds for you, and other stuff like that. All that if you are willing to support us with the Patreon. You can also subscribe to the channel and or resub to the channel. That would give you access to those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. And while you're at it, that will give you the option to also inspire our players in their various tabletop campaigns. On the publishing side, Icarus is my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Greyshade is my Grey Assassin trilogy. The first 2 books, Greyshade and Renegade, are already out. You can get those now at that link. You can also get the audiobook from our very own Trent Sparks of Greyshade. You can also pre-order the third and final book in the series called Heretic, which I am just about finished the manuscript with before sending it off to my editors. So you can pre-order that. That'll be out in the summer of this year. You can also pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, which is going to be out at the end of the year from Alligator Alley and our very own Rising Tides, Brandon O'Brien. So you can do that too. And if you have not already done so, please consider supporting the various causes we have here. BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when, I think I just said that, you need help. I was going to say BLM. No, I think I already said the help now part. So that, sorry. And Ukraine, that's what I meant to say, Ukraine, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message we'll do so for others in the future as well. Quick note on schedule. We are streaming obviously today, then we will be off Sunday, Monday. I will be back on Tuesday in the afternoon at noon Eastern for some Beowulf, Age of Heroes with Tari Tunes, and then I will be over on GOG's Twitch channel at Pen and Pixels with what I believe is, actually I don't 100% know, so let me just double check if I open up that window. Let me see. That is going to be Pen and Pixels with Dredge. That's right. I got a new mouse, and I was very excited that maybe that would mean that I could actually get Tintin to work, and it doesn't work. So, I give up. I really wish the game were less buggy, and I wish the game were more quality optimized and all that, but it's not. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll just watch the very end of it on YouTube because I got pretty far into the game. But we'll be playing some Dredge Tuesday afternoon. So I hope you folks will be there for that and for everything we have the rest of the month. But right now, it's time to play some D&D and some Oracle of War. So I'm going to unmute myself and apologize to anyone I may have inadvertently interrupted because I couldn't hear them. And then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal to you the crew, the members of the King's Citadel in the game, and outside of game, the members of Infinity and Beyond. It is great to see these lovely people, and I will start by letting introduce himself, actually, the gentleman to the bottom left of the ziggurat, who is repping some Infinity and Beyond merch as we speak. And that, of course, is Tren Sparks. Tren, good to see you. How are you? How's life in the universe with you, and who are you playing today?
I may have told you guys months ago that there was a mouse in my room, and we eventually got rid of it. as one does with a mousetrap and some peanut butter. And so this morning, about 3:30, I went to Jack in the Box. We're not sponsored by Jack in the Box yet.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Just got done.
Buttery Jack leaves your fingers so greasy. I hate them. But anyway, I bought a bunch of breakfast stuff and came back and ate most of it. And then like 4 o'clock, I ate the rest of it. And then I laid down to go to sleep. And at some point, now nobody else in this group can possibly relate to things occurring in real life that get incorporated into your dreams at the same time. And so there was this sound in my dream that I couldn't quite figure out what was causing it. Right? I was looking around in the dream and I couldn't figure it out. And then it occurred to me, no, wait, this is happening outside. This is in the waking world. That there's plastic moving. And so I had taken all the stuff when I'd finished eating. I put it all back in the plastic bag and put it on top of my trash can here. And what had woken me up was the sound of that plastic bag falling onto the floor. And so I woke up and I just opened my eyes and looked down onto the thing, and it was stable where it was. It's not like something shifted and then knocked the back. Something tried to jump in there and probably get to whatever traces of pancake syrup
I see.
were in the thing. I'm like, okay, time to break out the peanut butter again.
Return of the mouse. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, not the return. Oh, no. That previous mouse, no,
Will not be returning.
No. If so, it would be like church and Pet Cemetery.
So this is the revenge arc of the mouse's remaining family, is
Possibly.
how this all works, right? Okay.
Possibly.
All right.
Possibly.
Okay.
And of course, because I now know that occasionally a mouse is coming into my room, anytime I move in bed and I'm trying to sleep, and like, when you move and like the hairs on your arm kind of reposition, because I wake up thinking something is crawling on me.
Oh no.
Because it's like that happened with the last mouse. You got scared out of the bathroom by my housemate. It came running down the hallway into my room, up the pile of stuff at the foot of my bed, onto my bed, under the covers, and then ran along my body and nestled in right in my beard, because my beard was really fluffy back then. You guys said you loved it, but she just nestled in there while I was sleeping, and I'm like, ding.
That's
And I get,
You had
and when
a mouse.
Yeah, she ran along the entire chest, like, because I was laying on my left side, and she climbed up on my right ankle, so she was on top of right under the covers. She just ran along my entire body and nestled in right in my beard.
Wow.
Right under my ear, until I moved, and then she was like, shit, and took off. Yeah.
What did she think? I just love what she thought this was before. Look, like, what a comfortable armoire.
Nice,
what did she think
warm.
you were?
Yeah,
I don't know.
It was like she was right on a pulse point. It was nice and warm there. It was just under the covers because I had them tucked up on my, yeah. Anyway, whatever. So yeah, I'm playing a guy who is not having any kind of psychological issues whatsoever. So yeah, his name is Miatenton Tagashaw, the House of Kenneth, the House of Making, and he's just perfectly fine. Nothing even remotely, disquieting is going on.
Nope, no concerns, no new revelations about the past. We will find out more about all that.
Was that a completed new intro video though? I saw some stuff in there that I don't remember seeing last time.
Yes, we have made a couple of adjustments to some pictures and such like. So yes, that is now.
Because when I saw Eberron Karnak, I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah. Yes, I have. I made it more official, basically. So yes,
and
that
the Lord
is now
of Blades looks wrong now.
officially. Say again. What?
So the Lord of Blades looks wrong now.
Looks wrong now.
Presuming that was him, in the image, just scrolling out of the.
Yeah. It looked. Yeah.
On the cover of the book, he's got blades.
Yes.
All over him. On that, he's got like a couple of two spikes sticking up out of it.
I have the image of like different things that may be making reference to it and creating more mystery. When we get to season 5 or whatever it is, I think this is season 4.
It is.
Yeah, there will be even more sort of slight tweaks and adjustments to that. The big thing was to make sure that I changed Eberron Karnak from the original video, which had somehow gender swapped her to be like, no. To be clear, so that nobody gets confused, Eberron Karnak is in fact a woman. And I wanted to classify that just in case anyone was curious. Not that the Emerald Claw is going to be any kind of a concern in this season, by the way. I just,
No.
not in the least. But it's
you
always
know
a
who
pleasure.
we should ask about that?
Who's that? Yes, we should absolutely ask Marie Bilodeau about that. It is good to see you, Marie. I hope all is well and everything is copacetic. How is life in the universe with you and so on? And who are you playing tonight?
Life is good. I was playing Space Invaders Jenga all afternoon, as I mentioned beforehand in the green room.
The face. I knew it was coming. Sorry, go ahead.
My face. I was like, Space.
Yeah.
Space Invaders Jenga?
You don't Space Invaders Jenga, so you're playing your Jenga tower.
Right, yeah.
And everyone has a little token and it has to go into a little anyways, your little bonhommes go down a certain number based on what you spin on the wheel, and you have to remove a certain amount of blocks to put them on top.
And everyone is going
As
bum
you know
bum
from the
bum
song.
bum 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 bum, and someone's going pew 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 like
Yes,
that. Really?
basically.
Okay.
And the first little invader who reaches the bottom is like wins, right? Because they've invaded the Earth, but we all crashed and died. Like Earth is so safe from
So
us.
this is
Like,
a real thing. You're not. This is like an actual thing.
I am not actually pulling your
She has
leg.
promised to teach me and my husband when we come out in November.
That's wild. I have never heard of
Yes.
that. Okay, cool.
I will show you about it. And you will learn the way of space invading Jenga style. Yes, it is a collector's edition as well.
I'll bet.
I got it for
mean,
$10. I'm very
Wow.
proud of myself.
I have
Yes,
never
anyways.
heard that. That's cool.
So yeah, we did that all afternoon. And so I'm ready for like Eberron, because I feel like the complexities of taking a block from the bottom and putting it on top is very relevant to tonight's session. Without the crumbling, maybe with the crumbling. And then we had a lovely supper with friends that we had over, and Carrie got a bunt pen.
Ooh.
Yes, she did not have one. She kept saying, I want one, and then she got one. So today she cracked it out and she made a marble cake. So it's like a ring cake. And then on top of it, she made like a coffee icing that was like
That all
thick and
sounds delicious.
delicious. It looked like a big donut. And then there was like some grated chocolate on top of that. So that's what I'm
That's good.
living
good.
off of right now.
Finally, I'm immune to something. This is good.
Oh, this is not what you like?
It didn't work this time.
I don't
Do you
really
want-
care for chocolate that much, and
Oh,
yeah,
well.
so I'm fine.
It's all right. Everyone has to be
Cake.
wrong about
It's-
something, and
it's
that's what Trent's wrong
cake.
on, so it's fine.
God, man.
How do you feel about maple syrup?
Is it proper Canadian maple syrup?
I am Quebecoise. Do not. It's in my
Do
blood.
not step to
Nothing-
suggest anything else.
Nothing
I'm
And
else.
surprised-
literally, it's the thing that replaces your blood in your vessels.
I'm
That's
surprised
just-
Marie said, is there any other kind?
Yeah,
It's
just
also
Marie
acceptable.
like signs
Let me
off like
show you.
screw you forever. Like
No, yes, proper maple syrup. I select the grapes that I purchased. They're all local. I made some lovely maple syrup crepes this morning.
Mm.
that's
Yeah.
all
So-
delicious, amazing.
Yeah, yes. But I am playing, so it was a good day. I'm excited to be capping it off with Eberron and with all of you. And I am playing Mérimée Hawksmoor, a sword-wielding College of Swords bard who enjoys her friends, enjoys hanging out. Is not super enjoying this committee meeting bullshit. But we'll get through it. Doesn't enjoy the whole draconic prophecy extra lines type of stuff happening either. But I feel very strongly, she does, as does I as a player and her as a character, that there will be some awesome shopping somewhere in the Institute of 12. Like 100% sold on this. So DM, make it happen. So I am very excited to play tonight.
Chop, chop, Arv.
I will
Sister's
do
gotta
so.
go shopping.
You have no idea how many ribbon store encounter D&D DM guild things I've been looking up. Trust me.
Sienna and I will be off shopping while the other three of you will get like slaughtered by this.
Yeah.
The Institute of 12.
All right, fine. We're gonna go deal with the Emerald Claw. Meanwhile, back at the ribbon shop, perhaps the third row, like cuts
Do you
back.
think
Larry, it's like to me, like rally, and you're all like, how about like sparkle rainbow ones?
I'm looking for a really glitter ribbon.
It's really much safer if I'm not anywhere where the Emerald Claw is. So
Right? Nobody wants Nisiana to suffer.
Yeah. No, I mean,
I have
listen.
scars. I have many scars in my chest.
And emotional scars too. Let's not
Yeah,
dismiss
emotional
them.
and physical. I mean, I
Step-
think I've been pincushioned like 8 times in the chest with arrows.
It's
Maybe
true.
Tenton should come too. He's got a lot of emotional scars too. You can come ribbon
Instead of
shopping.
scars, how about some scarves instead? That would be even better.
We
Just
need
wide
some ribbons
ribbon.
for Spanner too.
Boo.
Exactly.
Boo, arf,
Boo this man.
boo.
It is a pleasure to have Marie with us as always, and it's also a pleasure to have the aforementioned Brandon O'Buren. I mean, but Brian here. It is good to see Brandon. How are you doing, my friend? It's good to see you. How's life in the universe with you? I know that, and by the way, chat, just so you know, if you're looking at Brandon being like, he looks more technologically advanced than ever, it's because there is a new PC that's in the mix. So is this true? Is this rumor correct that you have a new PC, and how has it advanced your life and the world of games that you play?
It is in fact true. I now have a new PC, which is kind of why I can now stare at you all in chat full on this time, because I can use my third monitor again.
Nice.
Of course, it's so long in disuse that there is now dust behind the front screen. And I don't trust myself with a large pane of glass to clean it, so at some point I'm gonna have to replace it. But at least I can still see the vague outline of you all behind lines of dust.
So we won't
Yay.
get this anymore of you looking up.
I mean, it's still there. I just don't need to
You
put
don't need it,
anything
okay.
there right now. So I will no longer need to check with the heavens before I roll a thing and roll.
So
20.
we're like everywhere around you. We're surrounding you.
Yeah, at the moment you are in both places. It's actually kind of rad.
That's pretty cool. Thank you, Crit Twitch, by the way, for the resub. 47 months of support. Thank you. Good to see you.
So yeah, that happened. Our good friend Noel volunteered to get me a new PC. Because he wanted very badly for me to be able to play Destiny on stream at some point in the future without cooking my room. And now that can happen. Which I feel very good about. Being able to actually play Destiny at full video settings and not look like I am playing Minecraft surrounded by people who can actually play Destiny. So that's rad. But it also means that I can use this monitor. So that's really cool.
Awesome.
And then when we opened Zoom, I was like, wait, where's my background for this game? Oh, right. It's on the portable hard drive that I just shoved everything from my old PC in, and I'm not in the mood to look for it, so I guess I'm just going to have to download it again. So yeah, that happened. Also of note, tomorrow I'll be playing in a thing, and I think that it's rad. Tomorrow evening, over on the 9th Level Games Twitch channel, I will be playing the first actual play of their upcoming polymorph game, Sentai and Sensibility. So if you ever wanted to see Regency era romance where all of the protagonists just so happen to be Power Rangers, you'll be in for a treat on Sunday evening, 7 p.m.
Oh my God, you have to put that link out.
There is a
Outstanding.
tweet. God, the tweet was in front of me and then I closed it. Hold on.
Mr.
It's
Darcy
gonna
is the
be-
Green Ranger, right? Like who, like who, like where, you know?
It's gonna be really rad. Our GM is Bug Bowl, the designer of that game.
Okay.
I'll be playing with our good friend Will Sobel.
Yep.
As well as Jess, who's I only know on Twitter at Joska. Mr. Kapow, and what I think is actually really cool, Jamie Noguchi, otherwise known on Twitter as Angry Zen Master, who is responsible for spearheading the yearly art campaign Toku Temba, that just inspires people to like write and draw tokusatsu inspired art during the month of September, and that's really cool. So yeah, that's going to be really rad. That's happening on Sunday evening. Please come through and check it out, because we are going to engage in a great deal of shenanigans. As for tonight, though, I'm playing Rowan Shallow, who is the most reckless member of this crew, and it's a miracle that he's even alive. And we are in the middle of watching Rowan bamboozle the Institute of 12, and it's going very well so far, because in a moment, we're going to learn that somebody just may need to be hanged. So that's going to be delightful for everyone involved. So yeah, that's me.
It's going to be good stuff. Always a pleasure to have Brandon with us. Also a pleasure to have Jennifer Brozek with us. Jen, it's good to see you. I hope all is well with you. And I am excited to hear. Well, I was thinking about this before about like, because Jen's like, I'm going to put a link up to this thing. I'm like, is that this project? And she's like, no, that's this other project. I'm like, right, of course. I should realize. So of the multiple projects that Jen is currently either doing or preparing to do, Jen, what's the one that you want to highlight for us tonight? Because you have a lot of awesome stuff coming out. And also, who are you playing in tonight's stream?
There are actually two that I would like to highlight tonight.
Okay.
The first is we have a pre-order link for my next Shadowrun book, ebook and physical, the Mosaic Run Auditions.
Okay.
It's got a beautiful cover. I'm very pleased. And then the other thing, I'm going to mention it now. I'm going to mention it at the end. Actually, I'm going to mention everything. But
It is a cool
starting February 13th, Shadows of Nox will have a 5-day mini episode Buffy arc, which I am playing a psychic, an outsider, who suddenly has a whole bunch of new friends who have very, very special abilities, just like she does. Not that she really understands how any of her shit works. And so if you miss Buffy the Vampire Slayer, if you like the RPG and you would like a limited 5-episode series starting the 13th and ending on the 18th of February, it will be on Shadows of Nox on Twitch. And I mean, obviously it will be recorded and played and stuff like that. You can go back and watch. You don't have to watch it on the 13th, but it's going to be there. And I hope you guys liked it because it was a good game, and it's going to be edited down for, like all the random ums and bad joke. Well, no, not all the bad jokes are out. There are a lot of bad jokes. So she was fun to play, Bethany. Okay, who am I playing? I'm also in the very novel brain. I'm very deep in the weeds of a novel right now. I am playing Nisiana DiGirasco, dragon-marked halfling healer from the House of Healing. And she is currently considering messaging Flamewind in the middle of this goddamn meeting to find out what that line of draconic prophecy is. But she's also considering, doing random magic in the middle of this particular place might be a bad idea.
Just had this image of you doing the equivalent of texting, like, yo, so yo, Flamewind.
And we ended on a lovely line that's "5 crowns shall fall when the heirs of Erin hammers the anvils. Erin hammers the anvils of the last forge." That might actually be the line of the prophecy, but Jen does not actually remember because Jen has written 25,000 words in the last 2 weeks. So
it's all right. I'll be able to remind you. It's that, and then at Tanagra, his arms open. It was just
his arms wide.
No, but that would be a copyright infringement. Here, it's just his arms.
True. That's true.
Yeah, well, homage and all that.
Yeah,
or parody or all that.
Please parody satire.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here. I'm looking forward to trying to keep up with whatever Brandon Rowan is doing to the Council of 12.
Well, you gave him permission, so
well.
I did not give a.
Yep.
Everyone who was here last second, you heard Rowan be given permission by Nisiana DiGirasco to be evil.
No, I gave you permission to make sure we aren't swindled by evil people.
But to do that, I need to be evil. Aha.
Okay. See, I'm not going to win this fight. I know it.
Clip created. I was just checking something. No reason at all. Yes, Zed Proxy, Arvin, his channel unsued. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. His channel unshut down.
On a bluff 40 yards away, a sniper is putting away their rifle.
Right, exactly. It's just like slowly putting it back in the awesome case. Yes. It is a great pleasure to have Jen with us. It is also a great pleasure to have one Mr. John Helfers with us, who is once again back. It is good to see you, John. How is life in the universe treating you as the as the Lord and Master of the incredibly successful Shadowrun and BattleTech lines and all that for Catalyst, as Catalyst elevates to dizzying heights. How are you feeling on those heights? And who are you playing today?
The heights are good. Looking down on everyone, the pinnacle of game achievement is not too bad. But we also dabble in other things at Catalyst. We don't just do big stompy robots, and as I call Shadowrun, Blade Runner meets The Matrix meets Lord of the Rings. And so, Jen, if you could put that thread up or that link up, please.
Also, you got that quote from me.
Did I?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Well, I give you
Stole it
credit.
lock, stock, and barrel.
He couldn't hear you from the heights, so
it's a really good quote. It actually really works quite well. Right. Well, if I ever get the pitch into Hollywood, I'll give you due credit. And they'll say, who? Anyways.
Okay.
But we just dropped, post-publishing a little side project, a completely historical Western anthology called Lawless, featuring folks like Joe Lansdale and Steve Hockensmith and Lauren Estelman and Deborah Morgan, a whole bunch of great people. The stories are terrific. It's all like from some of the best names in the Western genre. And a lot of people think the Western story and novel and short story is a dying art. I tend to disagree, and I want to do this anthology. Well, actually, I had Russ Davis, who's done a lot of the Western work, to do this anthology for me, and he's done a bang-up job, and it's really a terrific book. So check it out if you have a mind to get some new stories of the American West. If not, just pass it along to other people who might not know it exists. So
I like the cover. It's a nice cover.
It's a very good cover.
It's very cool.
Very nice, very nice. So otherwise, I am involved working with all of these people in some way, shape, or form, but I also come here to play, not to work, thankfully. And I am playing Ilarion, the Starforged Aegis, who, kind of is thinking a lot like Merime, like, oh, yawn. Let's just get what we need to do here and move along. But talking to these people is important. Talking to the council is important. So they're just going to sit back and let the faces do their job and let it be.
Sounds like a plan. Let us talk about what happened then in our last session, folks. Let me see if I can do it with this one. Yes, perfect. In our last session, the King's Citadel has come at last to the capital of the country of Karnath. And that is called Korth. But they have not come to Korth just sort of in general. They have come specifically to the Institute of the 12. This is one of the great institutes of learning, perhaps the greatest institute of learning on the entire continent of Corvair. And it is also one of the places that knows the most about the Draconic Prophecy, which has been a big part of the King's Citadel experience of this campaign and dealing with aspects of that Draconic Prophecy as it has been communicated to them through this device known as the Oracle of War. The King's Citadel came here after the events that led to the loss of the massive flying fortress Argonth, the loss of probably a good quarter, if not more, of Braelin's troops, and a lot of other things. And the Institute of the 12 had information that they wished to gather from the King's Citadel, specifically relating to the Oracle of War. And eventually, with some suggestions from Hilar Brissal, their sort of immediate superior, you might say, with the country of Braeland, they decided to do this in large part because the Institute of 12 is not subject to one country alone. It is funded by all of the dragon-marked houses from many of the nations, and thus is about as safe as you're going to get, especially when the Institute itself is just dripping with magical power and with technology to match. And so the group decided to go. They traveled upon an airship and were taken directly to the capital. That was the Siberis sailor that took them there. And when they arrived and came into this council meeting, they discovered a couple of things of note. The first is that the committee was assembled there and involving a lot of the representatives of these dragon-marked houses. And some that were significantly important here was, first of all, from House Jarasco, Leal de Jarasco, who was responsible for, sorry, not Leal de Jarasco. That is not accurate. That's the wrong Jarasco. Why am I not finding
Laura.
Laura, thank you. I was like, what the heck?
Laura.
Laura Jarasco, who is, of course, the aunt twice removed of Nisiana, and is also this very formidable major figure within the House of Jarasco. But that wasn't the only one that was there, because we also had, as these people were there, representatives of the House Kenneth. And specifically, and we've already talked about the fact that Tantin's already kind of, been up against it a little bit with some things. There's been some stuff going on that Tantin has had to deal with. And in addition to all of those things, there was the revelation that we had the member of, there was Ulara de Jarasco is the one I was looking for before, but Baron Merix de Caneth, who was responsible in large part not just for the creation of many of the things which House Cannith holds dear, but was a prominent member of the last war. And moreover, Tantin has a deep suspicion, which seems to have been increased by the latest line of the Draconic Prophecy, about which more in a moment, that Merix de Canith's son, who is well known to most of them as Aaron de Canith, may in fact have been somehow transformed or created himself, or a version of, or has in some way been made into a powerful Warforged, who might even be the Lord of Blades. And so these were several revelations that were significant, I would say, to the party. But the other thing that was significant to the party was what happened towards the end of it. Because after gathering all this information from the committee, gathering all this information from them, the committee was about to talk about some of the other aspects that were happening. They also consulted with Solrang Ranin, who is the creator originally of the Oracle of War, who revealed that he had also helped the Lord of Blades under duress create something known as the Oracle of Bones, which is supposed to lead to this incredibly powerful forge that makes the Elemental Forge, which the King's Citadel successfully shut down, look like a child's toy in comparison. This forge would be hugely dangerous if the Warforge under the Lord of Blades were to uncover it. And so Solring revealed this, and also revealed that the Oracle of War was never supposed to be just revealing parts of the Draconic Prophecy. That wasn't what it was designed to do. He doesn't know why it's created that, at which point a puff of purple smoke and a loud whirring from the oracle drew everyone's attention when it said, quote, 5 crowns shall fall when the heirs of Arin hammer the anvils of the lost forge. A lost forge that perhaps the Lord of Blades is seeking, and a lost member of the House Kenneth who may or may not be connected directly, personally, and integratedly with the Lord of Blades. All of these things began to work with the party, thinking about them as we brought our session to a close. And so, as we begin our session now, Rowan Shallow has been addressing the Council of 12, and the Council has just heard this declaration from the Oracle of War. I'm going to give the King's Citadel, and I'm going to actually time this, I'm going to give the King's Citadel about a minute to, in real time, to consider what they think this means. They've actually had a couple of weeks, but you know what I'm saying. To consider what this might potentially mean, because the council clearly is also trying to figure out what it thinks, the committee, I should say, of what it thinks of all this as well. And so I'm going to hand things back over to the party. You've just heard that declaration from the Oracle. What would you all like to do?
I'm going to link, everyone's still linked telepathically. So, I mean, I think 5 kingdoms will fall.
I believe it's 5 kings, is
5
what
crowns.
it said. Or 5 crowns, rather. Sorry, yes, 5 crowns. Yep.
Do you think that that's the line of the prophecy that Flamewind talked about, or is this one yet a new one?
Sounds like a new one. because everyone else here is surprised and they've heard the other one.
Who is Aaron?
Eberron is the son of Merrick's Decanic.
Ah, so do we want to cut
Was.
his head off now?
That one?
It's very likely, at least from the rumors that I've heard, that he may have become the Lord of Blades.
Oh,
Okay.
I think this is above our pay grade.
Possibly, especially
late.
if any of these anvils are anywhere near the city of Making, which is where Cannith's central stronghold was located on the middle of the Glass Plateau.
While all of this is while this conversation is happening,
Yes.
I want to incite Marix.
You want to, I'm sorry. Oh, insight Merrick's. For a minute, I thought you meant insight as in, like, I want to incite him to do something terrible. Like, guess what your son did? Ah, like, okay, go, yes. Yes, insight is fine. Go ahead and make that roll. I was like, wow, we
Okay.
decided to escalate that quickly.
Like,
Wow.
Yes. Now, question. What are you looking specifically from Merrick's to see, Roan?
I want to know if I hit dog just hollered. I want to sense if he is in any way perturbed by this prophecy having been made.
So, Merrick's himself is famously known, and Tantan would know this as well, as being very difficult to shake. And in fact, there's I wish I could find the line. I don't want to run and get it right now. But there's a line from Neil Gaiman's book, The Graveyard Book, in which he talks about what happens when a character named Silas is actually perturbed. And he gives a bunch of qualifiers about how Silas was never perturbed when anything, like blah, 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 blah. But this had perturbed him that happened in the book. You're pretty confident, Rowan, that what has just been said has, to the degree anything can, shaken Merrick's a bit. Now, what's not clear is what part of it shook him. But when that whole phrase was, you can see him kind of look down and even maybe take a slight step back from the railing. It's quite subtle, and you don't know that everyone would have noticed it. It isn't sort of like a what, and fall backwards. But it's very clear that this is more than you would have expected from Merrick's under normal circumstances. So something has thrown him about that line, yes.
I want to do something stupid. Nisiana, you actually hear me say in our link aloud, like you hear me visibly think, I want to do something stupid.
don't you dare. No, don't. She literally takes a step forward. We're very silent, but she kind of takes a step forward closer to Rowan, like bringing herself forward of Mia Tantan maybe up next to Ilarion, because we've got the Rowan and
Right.
Mary May in front. And I'm like, we've got bigger problems to fry. Don't react. Watch.
No, very calmly, I turn to Tantin while still only speaking in the link, and I say, my experience is when someone's con has just been uncovered, the only thing that happens next is either running or blood. And we don't want to lose the opportunity to respond to either of those. So it's either me or you.
And Tantan just still has that stoic, just like emotionally, he's just still shut down. He's focusing exclusively on logic.
I thought you were looking at Merrick. Like
He
when
did.
Yeah, and then I just idly turn to.
Yeah, as soon as that thing got said, I mean, Tantan just looked and just kind of scowled for a second, but he's kind of emotionally pulled back again, and is just going Vulcan in a way. It's clear that he's ready to do something, but it's like you cast a 90th level calm emotions on him, and there's just nothing to him right now. But Marie,
I'm gonna step to be beside Rowan, and I'm just gonna put my arm on him and say, at least let us get the information we need first, and then have fun. And then I'm going to say, I guess, how do we address these people? Anyways, I fear that you all have us at members of the council. I fear that you have us at a disadvantage, as it seems that another line of the draconic prophecy was discovered before this one was revealed. Could we have this as well, please, if you would share it with us?
And so they say, and sorry, slightly out of, I don't fully understand. I know what you're asking. You think there's another line that they have?
We were
Wasn't
told. I got a message from Flamewind that said there's a new line within the draconic prophecy.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
So is that this line that we just heard, or is it something else?
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Miriam's concerned about getting that before they get thrown in jail or kicked out.
That's right. What you had actually heard was that the rumor was that there was information, a new line was basically forthcoming. That the sort of, because remember, the Oracle isn't with them, it was with you. But that there would
Nope.
What's it
New
say?
line of draconic prophecy revealed. Institute of 12 is sending a ship for you. That was
That's a mistake from the DM.
Oh,
okay,
that's not what it was supposed to say. I apologize. That's not what it was supposed to say. It was that there was a line, a revelation was coming from what Flamewind could determine. That was the point.
Oh, that's different.
I apologize. Yep.
Maybe I wouldn't have said, Rowan, don't do something stupid.
So now can Rowan do something?
Yeah.
No, then Nisiana is just like, don't do anything stupid. But
Yeah, sorry. I thought that's my fault. So yeah, it's a line that was going to be revealed, which Flamewind, who studies this all the time, had a sense of when things are likely to be coming, and the signs had kind of pointed towards a new line en route.
If Tantan's brain were working, he would have been like, how does she know from that far away? We've got it with us.
Well, it's not reacting to the Oracle. She, remember, is studying this from multiple... Remember, the Draconic Prophecy is revealed in multiple different places. Before you brought the Oracle of War, Flamewind found lines in many different places, because the Oracle had been lost forever. It's just that somehow the Oracle has become real good at giving them more often than other people do. So that's why. When as you say this thing, but Mary, you can adjust a little bit what you said then, which is because you wouldn't have said what you said based on that knowledge. So
I would say, based on that, I still want to see if they have other information, because we have been gone for a bit now. So I'd say we are perhaps at a disadvantage here, although we have been traveling with the Oracle of War. Are there any other lines discovered from the Draconic Prophecy before this one was revealed again? When last we spoke with Flamewind, enter amount of time ago.
And they say, so the Institute of 12, the committee had been, of course, discussing this, chatting, speaking to each other about this. And then the Baron steps forward again and says, "We have heard information that there would be a line soon that would be revealed. Flamewind has often been able to determine when such lines might be discovered, though it is the case that there is some disagreement about when such lines exist and whether they are believable. There are also those, of course, who pretend to know lines of the Draconic Prophecy and who are little more than charlatans. Flamewind, of course, is not one of these." I just realized I needed to have a slight echo because we're in the room. "Flamewind, however, is not one of these. We are in agreement here that based on the line we've just heard, the prophecy is clear. The Warforged are the heirs of Aren." Tantan, I would like a insight check from you.
I would like a rage check.
Well, that I figured I figured the rage check you already got covered.
Reggie.
At triple advantage. Yes, I'm raging.
Yeah, no shit. 20.
Wow, yeah. That fits though. Your when that pause happened, like the heirs of Aren, again, you can, and I mentioned before, very imperturbable, this guy, but you can tell that obviously this is a big deal for him, and he's struggling to sort of complete what's being said. You don't know yet, Tantan, if this suggests that he knows, oh yeah, this means blah, 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 blah. But you also know that this guy, for whatever else he is no fool, and that it wouldn't take much for him to put two and two together about the implications of what it means, since his son has not been around for some time. And he goes on to say, they seek one of the lost creation forges in the Mornland. Side note, the creation forge is what we've been talking about. That's that forge that would make the elemental forge look nothing. If they find it, what is left of the 5 nations will fall. There's sort of a dead silence that falls on the room. And then Solring says, it might be more complicated than that. I wasn't working alone when the Lord of Blades forced me to construct his Oracle of Bones. There was Gehenna, my assistant, who did work there. And there was also... And you can see that he's gotten more and more frustrated, like more kind of like his mustache and beard twitching. And he comes over and he thumps his fist on the lid of the Oracle. And he says, I also worked alongside another group. They never told me who they were, but I had a guess. The Lord of Blades wouldn't say anything other than tell me to be silent and to do my business. But it was clear who they had to be working for. And he pauses and looks around. You all know this group. The Order of the Emerald Claw. We were visited once by a Karn named Widmund. He helped me bind the souls of the war dead to the device, using something he said he had discovered on his own. But I doubted it. It was a small crystal skull. Now, if the party thinks back into its past of this
A
campaign,
series of tunnels under a gigantic
I-
colossus.
you may remember a previous mention of a crystal skull.
I actually don't.
I remember that Indiana Jones movie.
One of those episodes of Stargate issue.
There you go, exactly.
Because
Let
I've
me-
been
I'll
stabbed
go a
with
little
my-
further, but keep thinking about it, and we'll come back to what that might mean in a minute. After a minute, the committee addresses you after hearing this. Go ahead. Do you know what it is, Jim?
Wasn't that the alternate scene that we played?
You got it.
And we protected the thing,
You thought
and
you
they
did.
still got it?
Well,
Damn.
you don't know if it may be a different one, but you know that this was obviously a hugely important artifact. When you were playing this alternate group, you did this, remember, for 1 or 2 sessions, and it was this alternate group in the past. This is before I think Brandon had joined with Rowan.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it
I
was
don't
this-
know none of this.
It was this alternate group in the past during which this crystal skull was preserved. What's interesting about it, though, is, first of all, so you've heard of that crystal skull in another context. Secondly, do you happen to remember who the person was that was trying to get said crystal skull?
Aurelian Karnak.
There you go.
Absolutely, we knew who she was.
After a brief bout of discussion, the committee addresses you and says, it is our opinion that there is no time to waste. Widmund, that Solring Moranon mentions, is known to us. Our agents have tracked him for some time and watched him in his Emerald Claw Enclave, an enclave which is here in Karnath, though technically outside our jurisdiction. We cannot move on him directly, or we will lose our oath of neutrality. And although we may be able to protect ourselves here in the Institute, we do not believe we can hold out against all 5 nations, certainly when we are in the middle of one of them and in their capital. Thus, we must maintain at least some level of neutrality. However, you are not subject to our same strictures. In fact, it is our understanding that you are subject to few strictures but your own. And you can sort of hear Halar kind of clear his throat behind you. And he says, not Halar, sorry, the guy speaking says, we would ask you to go there and capture him. We must question him about this Oracle of Bones and the Lord of Blades' plans as soon as possible. If you are able to help us in this effort, we may be able to bring some sort of understanding to this collectively. If the Institute of 12 has information and evidence, It may be able to support whatever move is taken next to head off this war. Moreover, we may even have some artifacts that may be of assistance going forward. But we cannot act solely on our own, at least not without full and complete evidence. And then he finally sort of pauses and then says, after saying, thank you so much for dinner, then says, thank you, hon. Will you do this for us?
I'm the one who has to answer this question, aren't I?
I don't know. It's up to all of you. He says that, and Hilar sort of has his arms folded and does not say anything. He's watching the five of you to see what your collective reaction, I suppose, might be.
What I say in our link is, I need better chest armor. That's all I say. I need better chest armor.
Lorraine glances at you at the corner of their eye and then turns back to Rowan, who's kind of been the voice of our group.
Over the link, you hear me say,
yeah.
Okay, nothing stupid.
Nothing stupid, but we need resources. Get it for us.
Agreed.
I clear my throat and advance again. And I say, and while this is happening, I'm like glancing at everybody in, like, you know how lawyers walk up to the jury box and are obviously trying to perform towards the jury?
Mm-hmm.
They're not supposed to do, yes.
I'm just a simple country con man.
But while that's happening, I'm clearly trying to maintain most eye contact with the representative from House Fjarlund.
Ah, yes. Who, in fact, has been whispering in the ear of of the other representatives in his box for some time and has been looking down at you. So yes. So funny that he might even be the one about to speak, by the way. On you go, Ron.
And I say, it is obvious at this point that every answer that we may gain begets more questions until we can speak to someone who can pause the advance of the Lord of Blades. So we are prepared to do what must be done. In that vein, two things are important. One, and while this is happening, I turn sternly to Marix. If there are any details, however minor, that you suspect we may not have already gleaned, it may be important to give it to us now before we advance, in the event that we become waylaid or otherwise distracted. And second, it is fair to surmise that in the business of war we engage in a great deal of violence, from which we must both heal and prepare for the future advancement of. So if we can be supplied here or before we land, that would be most amenable, so we could be in our best fighting shape when we do.
And Merrick hears all this and then nods and says, both just questions. To the second question we will answer first. We have protection, magical armor, which we will provide to each of you. And we hope that this armor will be of some value to you. It is taken from the Institute's stores, and it is armor which is not known to the 5 nations beyond this place. But we are in desperate times, and you are more than deserving of the assistance that we would provide. So yes, you will receive this before you leave. As to the first, and then Merrick looks over at Fjarlund, who, for those of you who don't remember, were not in our last session, is an elf standing in the House of Shadowbox. Not shadowboxing, but the House of Shadows box, who Rowan has heard of before and is sort of vaguely familiar with. He steps forward. I shouldn't say he, they, I beg your pardon, step forward and says, we can provide what other information may be needed. I am the head of the intelligence service of the 12, and it has been my job to watch those things which may be of concern to us. And we know of this Emerald Claw Enclave. We will give you as much information as we can, and I can tell you to begin with that the Enclave is built deep into the side of a dormant volcano in the Ashen Spires, known as Mount Clag. It was originally not meant to be an Enclave stronghold. It was taken over at some point before the last war. Why Karnath decided to do this is best known to themselves. Fjorlin has this strange habit of, as Fjorlin is speaking, seems to be constantly searching the room. It's a sort of a, you almost get the feeling that Fjorlin is always kind of looking behind you, Rowan, and others in the party as much as at you. So, you almost are like, is always sort of like searching around you as much as sort of looking at you. So Fjorlin goes on to say, long ago, this enclave was known as the Glow-Bound Temple. It is an ancient holy site of the blood of Vol. Now, before I go any further, if anyone would like to know if they've ever heard of the blood of Vol, I would love to have you all do a history check for me. And I would say of this group, I'll take either religion or history on this, actually. Either one would work.
Well, they both kind of suck for
Doesn't
me.
matter either way.
Yeah.
Wow, I still got a 19.
All right, so we have a 19 from Rowan.
Oh.
We have an 18 from Nisiana. And Tanton, do we not have a roll coming from
just
you?
about. I was trying to figure out if he would even have any.
Like, would even mention it or care? Yeah, it's up to you. You don't have to.
He's still glaring at Merrick.
Yeah.
He's
still working on that insight, being like,
He's glaring in that area, but he's not glaring. He's just absolutely stoic.
Right. Okay.
I'll roll for the sake of rolling, but I really doubt he's ever.
Okay.
Yeah, 5.
All right.
See?
That seems about right. So the Nisiana and Rowan, and I think it fits actually in different ways. You know about this for different reasons. Nisiana, actually, well, both of you know. The Blood of Vol is basically a cult. It is a cult which got a lot of its favor and had its strongest following in the Lazar principalities and, get ready to be shocked, Karnath. In fact, for a time, it was the national religion of Karnath, even though now, as I say, it has sort of entered cult status. The Blood of Vol asserts that death is oblivion, that the universe is uncaring, and that if the sovereign gods do exist, they are cruel. And its followers study the secrets of blood and life. And because they believe that death is the end, they see nothing wrong with using the bodies of the fallen to serve the living. Remember, I mentioned that Karnath was hardcore into the use of necromantic arts at times during the last war because, they were sort of desperate. And now it's very controversial, and Karnath has formally forsworn the use of the undead. But, there are still, there's certain groups that are like, well... Seekers, the faithful call themselves the divinity within, seekers of the divinity within, and they are glad to be reanimated after death because at least they can do some good. Truly pleasant people. And so both of you know about this, but I think what I would mention sort of for both of you in this regard is, Rowan, you have probably had cause to deal with several members of the Blood of Vol, in part because these people do not it's very hard to con people who don't really have any self-interest beyond, I need to do what I can to make sure that the existence of my cult religion continues. It's very hard to be like, don't you have another interest? Because they're like, no, why would I have another interest? It's sort of disturbing true believer stuff, right? So there's that. Nisiana, the reason you know of them, of course, is that if you were to find something more opposed to the concept of what House Tarasco is all about, you'd have to go a long way to find someone other than the Blood of Vol, right? Because House Tarasco is about life is what matters, Eberron is what matters, and the Blood of Vol is like death is inevitable, life is an illusion, and also Eberron sucks. So there is no meeting of the minds between House Tarasco.
Eberron, she's felt his kindness and his grace. I mean,
yeah.
she's the cleric. These guys are beyond heretical. They are blasphemous and insane.
They are bad news. You
So
have
she
one of
is-
yep.
She actually, a look on her face that you almost never see. She actually kind of gives us like a grimace or a sneer at the
Yeah.
name.
Yep.
And then she smooths her face over very quickly afterwards. But, you know, those looking around will see that like she knows what they are. And oh,
Yep.
no, terrible.
And Fjarlin goes on to say, the temple had a minor revival during the last war as a place of pilgrimage for the blood of Val's faithful, the Seekers. Only they can know whether they found what they sought. And he sort of pauses for a minute, and then he says, the other thing we know is their leader, a colonel. Widmund Ir Hellenknuth is his full name. He oversees the enclave. We know that he graduated from the military academy of Rechenmark, and he participated in several major Carnathi operations during the last war. Now this information is something which Merime knows something about, because Merime, since you had military connections, you know a little bit about sort of your counterparts. The place where you were trained as a soldier in Breland was itself a very successful kind of academy. But the military academy of Rechenmark was known to be a place where they trained soldiers to be very good at their work, and oftentimes, especially towards the end, heedless of their own survival in the process. They became highly effective combatants, partially effective because they didn't really care if they died or not. So I've been emphasizing this sort of cult-like stuff. The military academy of Rechenmark became very much sort of fixated on the idea of creating soldiers who were not as concerned about their own survival, which is in the end a losing strategy, but it is one which many countries throughout history have often adopted when they felt like they had no other option. And you know that they participated in these sort of major Carnathi operations during the last war. You've never heard of Widmund specifically, but anyway, if he graduated from that academy, and if he did it during the last war, fair bet that he had some of that same kind of training that you might know.
So just an all-around great person.
Yeah. Whole crew is really lovely.
Mm-hmm.
So
Great.
so he sort of trails off, and Fjarlin says, this is as much as we have been able to glean to this point, but if I can fill in any details that we know, I would be happy to do so.
We would appreciate that as much as possible.
And he says, do you have any specific questions that I might be able to answer? I can tell you that they are dangerous, and that, of course, the nation of Carnath has forsworn any knowledge of this group.
Maybe we need private. This is over the mind link. Maybe this is not something for a conversation with the entire open council. Actually, is there anybody in here beyond the 12 people and us?
No. Well, there are two guards at the doors when you first entered. So there's that. There is also, in addition to that, there is, of course, Hilar. And I believe Sky Blue and Garena, if I'm not mistaken, also... no, not Garena. Not Garena. Sky Blue, though, had come with you for this. And Solring, of course, yeah.
So it's basically our group that we came with, the 12, and then 2 guards back here.
That's basically it. That's right.
Know of.
That's correct. There's probably one or two. There are one or two more in the boxes that are like either assistants or representatives, like in the boxes. But you get the impression that this is the people that are allowed to be in the committee. These are those people. Like, this is certainly not being sort of put out for public display. Also, quick note, welcome on YouTube. Hey, what's up on YouTube? Brendan, and hello to the Gamer Main. Thank you for watching on YouTube, hope all's well. So yes, that is the case. This seems like a very limited group of people at the moment.
So it's not like a public forum where I'm like,
not at all.
Maybe we should have more of a private conversation about
this. No, this is not public. No.
I'll ask, do you know anything about their defenses or how many people are there, or?
And Fjarlin says, they have kept their true numbers very quiet to us, although it seems very likely they cannot have a huge group defending it. At least in the old days, it was not that large. However, it is quite possible that this thing leads to other tunnels or places deeper in this dormant volcano that we cannot get access to. However, I think it's fair to say that arriving to it, at least getting to the opening of it, should not be too difficult. The ship on which you came in, the Cerberus Sailor, is fast enough and small enough that it should be able to avoid detection. So, I believe that you would not find a large force waiting for you. But I will not pretend that it will be easy to infiltrate the place. It is also potentially the case that they are still accepting these seekers there. Perhaps there is some deceptive quality which could allow you to get through the first line of their defense. And their eyes, Rowan, clearly flicker to you when they say the thing about deception.
Whereas in the Mind Lake, Nisiana's like, fuck no. Like, she just like, whatever curse word, she just like, you never hear her curse. She's like, oh, fuck no.
He is the most qualified.
Well, no, I mean, yes, Rowan is the most qualified, but no, not me. No way, no.
Yeah. No. Yes, no. Definitely not.
I mean, I can help him weave a tale if necessary.
I think Rowan, if he chooses to do such things, is well qualified.
So this is now permission for me to do something stupid.
Unfortunately, yes.
Grand.
Are you picking from a menu of stupid things? I want to make sure I know. Like, aha.
Rowan is
choice
always
B.
picking from a menu of stupid things.
Okay.
Like this.
It's like a
Do
Baldur's
they want to
Gate
start a
3.
fire?
Yeah, right.
Do they just want people to become mildly confused? It's like, yeah, there's always a continuum of chaos.
Just don't attack anybody in the council, please.
Even the one person who we strongly believe might literally be aiding and abetting the Lord of Blades.
Oh, that kind of stupid. Oh, I hadn't considered that.
That was kind of stupid. I was thinking of it the whole time. We may be walking into a trap.
Suspicion is one thing, proof is quite another. We cannot go beating people up because we suspect.
Oh no, I don't want to do the kind of stupid that assumes that we're right, although we're right. I don't want to do the kind of stupid that ensures that someone gathers that information for us while we're gone.
Maybe you should suggest all future planning should be done amongst your group and not in the middle here of this council. That would be a little bit more better. Okay.
GM, I would like to do I'd like to do something stupid.
Now, just before you do this, I do want to call out Proxima, who made clear that we were looking at like more of a Whitman sampler of stupid options, like the chocolate box with like multiple chocolate options of stupid. Like, so yeah. Which awesome candy center of stupid are we looking at?
Proxima,
God,
you have no idea, or maybe you do.
So I want to make sure what is the thing that I have.
What are you?
Right, it's a deck of cards. Cool, grand. I would like to do sleight of hand.
Okay.
And to explain, the sleight of hand is the sleight of hand is simply that I want to lift and then immediately tuck a ace of spades, only for Fjarlan to see.
Oh, okay, that kind of stupid. Okay. All right, that's way better than what I was thinking.
Okay. You were thinking like a gambit, like all of a sudden, like this is like, edge cards.
With Rowan, who knows?
I know.
And that went poorly. How can I stop that from going poorly? Hold on.
Okay, because this is basically an opposed roll, I think, to see whether this is recognized.
I am.
Can you bend luck?
You do have a hero point, I would like to point out, Rowan.
I have a hero point. Yeah, I will re-roll.
Okay.
I will spend that hero point and re-roll.
Hero point only adds what? 1d6, a d6 to your roll.
Oh, that's a d6.
That doesn't allow a re-roll.
but it does
Oh,
add a
then-
d6.
Unless Arv has changed
Okay.
that.
No, I think that's right. Let me just wait. Before you do anything though, they do sometimes alter it in the adventure, but I believe this was still.
If that was an alteration, I'd sort of like to know about 8 levels ago. Just check.
8 plus 5.
No, it is a d6. Yeah. And you can, and this is totally
Yay.
legit. You can add it before I tell you whether it succeeds or fails. So
9, 10, 11. I am going to
Play it off like you meant to do.
I'm gonna Tides of Chaos first to
okay.
reroll.
At this
Yeah.
point, can I, since I did step up behind him, do a guidance to give him the extra
Okay,
D4?
Jesus.
I don't think so because because he's not letting you know.
Oh,
You know,
wow.
like
Never
I mean,
mind.
he's saying doing something stupid, but he's not like letting you know. Here's what I'm going to do right now.
That's why I haven't used Flash of Genius, because Tantan has no idea what he's doing.
Yeah. Okay, so an 18. So yeah, I would say so. Very, with great and dexterous work, you were able to, and you do sort of reveal that Ace of Spades just to Fjarlin, and Fjarlin sort of notes it, and then sort of their eyes narrow. I would like you to make an insight check for me, please, Rowan.
Yes. Insight. Jesus, 25.
Wow.
Wow, you were on your game. And if you had the other one, I would,
Things that have gone so terribly. The other
but
one
I
was
would
a
have believed in
7.
you because I do believe in you. So
Rowan, when
Fine.
you do that, like, so you do this sleight of hand, you look up and there is a moment where you see Fjarlin's eyes narrow, and then you also see a flash of something. Presumably this is an illusion. It's not necessarily a real deck of cards, but what you see being just visible for a moment, and it's very clear to you, Rowan, that only you would have been able to see this, is a King of Spades.
Noted.
And meanwhile, everyone else is just like, like Fjarlin is just,
Yeah. I get the attention of the entire room again and say,
Okay.
Until we are properly armed and armored, we will obviously still be in your station for quite a while, but we will be ready. We will ready ourselves to advance to this mission as soon as possible. Until then, we are at your employ within the Institute until such a time that we are ready to leave. If there are any other immediate questions or guidance you would like from us or from our peers.
out of character, we've been like awake and on the run from, we were at war and then in the desert and then a
Oh yeah, we
shot.
need to sleep.
We've been like going for 72 hours almost straight. So we're all freaking tired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you will, yes, and you will be brought, once this is sort of concluded, you are all brought to a room of the sort of highest finery. I do want to mention one quick note, which is, well, two things. First of all, it's also, I had mentioned that the Cerberus Sailor is the ship you came here on, is the ship that's actually going to bring you as well, because of the speed and so on, to this place. And also that once you are brought there, the ship is going to remain nearby for 48 hours so that you can be extracted again. Now, according to the way it's described, where they're going into and this place that's there, this would be dangerous for most ships, but not this one. I've already, when you came here, you all got a chance to see like how kind of badass this ship is in terms of its speed and so on. So this is exactly what it's designed to do. And the commander of that ship that you met last time is also quite competent. So they will be, that the plan is for them to be in a sort of 48-hour window there for you to extract. And I'll explain how the extraction will work at that time. One other note, though, which is as you're being brought to this room, there is a messenger just before you're shown into this room, which I will describe, who comes to you, Nisiana, and just bows slightly and hands over a note, and then bows again and departs. And the note says, Baron Ularo de Jarasco requests your presence when you have sufficiently rested. That's it.
Okay. And
So, this room. Now, I would like you all out of game to imagine for a moment the nicest room that you've ever been fortunate enough to be able to stay in. Whether it be a hotel room, whether it be a room, maybe not even stay in. Maybe like you were doing some tour randomly and they're like, here's a room where some amazing person once stayed. This room would probably surpass them all. The curtains are of this beautiful silk. The sheets on all the beds are also silken. The couches are covered in this soft velvet. There is even the carpet itself is this beautiful shimmering rug that seems to almost shift colors as you stand on it, and you realize, what is this? And then as you take a step, colors shimmer underneath it when you do so. And when there's a very large sort of washroom off of this bedroom that has things you have not encountered for some time, not just lovely things like running water, but actually large magical bathtubs which are warmed at precisely the right temperature. You can actually verbally command them to warm or cool as you wish. There are it like has every conceivable luxury you could imagine. And the rooms are actually sort of separate. Each of you have your own separate room, small room, with a bed that is this spectacularly, comfortable bed off of this larger kind of main room. And then the washroom is off of that main room as well. There is even, as you sort of all like, do the thing you like in a hotel, you sit on the bed, or whatever, just kind of like to get a feel for it. When you do that, there is a slight what sounds almost like a tinkling of bells, this sort of very pleasant, relaxing sound of bells as you were sitting on the bed. And I don't mean like dong, dong. I mean like, this sort of pleasant kind of like wind chimes almost that is there also. This is finery. It's a long way from salvation. Let's put it that way. Long way. You're not sure you've even seen something that's nice at Sharn, by the way.
So is this one very large room?
One large room with 5 sub-rooms where your beds are, and then the washroom off of that big washroom.
you do realize I am going to bathe forever.
You've earned it, I reckon.
Also, I have to go see my Baron. She's requested my presence.
Want to rest first? It's been a long.
I actually think I should send the Draconic Prophecy line to Flamewind. And then see what she says back. And then take my bath.
Idea.
And then go see my Baron before she gets... She's very formidable. You never met her. I did. I'm not going to keep her waiting.
That's fair. You've told me stories, and that's probably wise.
Counterpoint, it sounds like you're not in the mood to talk to her at all.
A very good point for your position as making sure we don't allow ourselves to be taken advantage of. However, before we met, I used my aunt's name in order to get us onto a very exclusive list. And she may be wanting information about that, and as such, I do owe it to her.
Fair enough. You could always do the easy thing.
What is the easy thing?
Blame it on me. She doesn't even know who I am.
No. I appreciate that, Rowan, more than you can think. Actually, I don't know if you can, but I am going to, as I have stated, send the message to Flamewind and then take a bath, probably not forever, clean up, and go see my aunt.
Fair enough.
I guess all of us need to take care of ourselves right now while we have the chance. And she's actually looking at Mia Tanton like, y'all take care of him.
Who is heading into his
Mhm.
room. He's just walking into his room,
Yeah.
closing the door, and there is a sound of things maybe being shuffled up against the door,
Mm,
or maybe it's just Spanner leaning in and just acting like a doorstop.
hmm
I also want to make one slight revision, which is that it occurred to me that Sky Blue and Hilar are with you. So it's actually 7 rooms off of this, not 5. Soul Ring is not staying here, though. Soul Ring is staying elsewhere in the Institute. So
Oh.
it's
He's staying in a nice room.
yeah, right. Yeah, this is the peasant quarters. No, no, not exactly.
You know what,
But
I'll
so
take-
the 5 of you plus Hilar plus Sky Blue are there.
Okay. I just have to figure out 25-word message and hope my brain does not explode when she responds.
While you're writing that, Merime, Rowan, and Ilarion, I know what Tanton is doing at the moment from the way it's been described. What are the 3 of you, Merime, Rowan, and Ilarion, doing?
I misty step into Tanton's room.
Oh.
How much sound does that spell make when it does its thing?
Why, imagine a great deal.
Well, there's the mist of the steps, so there you go.
I'm not even sure. Let me see.
Wait, no, I can't. I have to see the unoccupied space.
You
I
can't
enter a room like that.
Nightcrawler it in from
Yeah.
X-Men 2. You can't.
I'm pretty much waiting for us to get whatever armor they said they promised us, which will be interesting for me, and B, waiting for us to go. There's not really much else they do around here that I
Right,
can
you don't
do.
need to sleep.
That too. Well, I would remind the party we did get a long rest. I mean, granted, it was on the desert floor, but we did get a long rest the night before, so we have rested.
Quick note on the Misty Step. There is a word that has to be spoken for Misty Step, but I don't think there's actually some, bamf, like which pow, like that gets you there. So I think you would just show up. Although you can't, as you just said, because of the
Yeah,
not being able
I
to
need to see the unoccupied space.
Which is too bad. That would have been awesome.
I guess the only thing that would that Tanton would do aside from that is that he would ask Merime to basically, for the time being, kind of cut him out of the link. Just leave him alone.
Yeah, and I'll say, of course, whenever you want to reconnect, just reach out. Sending you my best. And then I will leave with little flutters of warmth, and I will back out and respect his space.
Okay. So, Rowan, since you can't do that, what are you doing instead?
What am I doing instead? Hey. I knock on the door very, very gently, but still audibly, and wait to see if he'd reply.
Lie whatsoever.
Mm-hmm. I take out my deck of cards, and on the back of the 8 of spades, I draw this very crude drawing of a spanner tearing the Lord of Blades' right leg off and slide it underneath the door, and then go to my room.
Okay. Merime and Ilarion, what about you? Oh, well, Ilarion, you're waiting. I heard from you. Merime.
Well, but yeah, go to Merriman.
Okay.
I'm just gonna ask my sister. You're okay going to meet with the Baron?
It's House Tarasco. Of course I'm fine.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Be ready to tell me stories when I get back.
I will. I'm going to rest and just crawl in bed when you get here. I assume we'll share the room.
Yeah. And out of character, John, I knew we took a long rest and I have all my spells and everything, but honestly, we have been going a lot for 3 frickin' days. These people need to let us rest and they need time to get us stuff. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Oh yeah, and I'm sure you'll enjoy the plush comforts of the room too.
Oh,
You
Yeah,
guys-
I'm not against it whatsoever. Just like we're not. I mean, yeah, we're
We-
ragged. We're not.
We
that ragged.
narratively deserve the rest. And
Absolutely.
also, all of these
Yes,
people deserve to be at our beck
absolutely.
and call.
It's
Yeah.
not as though any of you would understand what it's like to go to a multi-day convention where you have to work.
Yeah, that
and
never
you just
happens.
recover.
No,
No,
that
no,
definitely
I
never
I
occurs.
have no frame of
People
reference
do that. That
whatsoever.
sounds unfun.
yeah, just the whole thing where you're done at the end of the night, all you want to do is stare at the wall.
Imagine doing that and then having to fly back across the Atlantic. That sounds terrible.
Geez. Yeah, who would do that?
Ugh.
I've done the whole thing where I did fly the 17 hours to Australia for a convention.
Oh Lord.
Yep.
My first Worldcon.
I did that with a 21-hour flight where I had to debate the World Championships, then turn around, leave Bondi Beach, and then touch down at the ice-covered runways of Providence, Rhode Island, going, what the hell am I doing on this plane? Why did I come back? It's because I was already dating my wife, so that's why I came back. Anyway,
Makes sense.
so
And after
And-
John, I do have my sending ready.
okay, so
And,
go ahead, Mermaid, because you weren't finished. Because once you asked that,
Yeah, so once I talk and I make sure I know Nisiana wants to take a nice bath, so, I make sure that her clothes is clean. I'll, prestidigitate it all and make sure that she's presentable. And then I will, you know what? I will sit, on the bed against the pillows and I'll close my eyes, perchance to dream. I will try to see if I can find anything else that can be of use.
Okay.
So I will meditate in the Kalashtar way, if you will, which is sleep dream.
I love it. I will come back to that in a bit. Okay, Alarian, what about you?
Yeah, I will enter Sentry's Rest in the main room
Okay.
and just pull out a chair, finding one that can support my weight, which may be a challenge. If I have to, I'll sit on the floor. I don't really care. And then anyone enters or knocks, I will be ready. But then I'm just gonna. Yeah, I mean, I can use a break too. It's not. I'm not. Not the Energizer. Our ages here. Yeah, I can use some rest as well. But yeah, that's what they're doing.
Okay. So Nisiana, you had ascending, and then I want to talk to Merame, and then we'll step
Okay.
this forward.
I am putting it into chat so everybody can see it. As soon as I can find where my frickin'... There it is. New line of Draconic Prophecy. 5 crowns shall fall when the heirs of Eberron hammer the anvils of the last forge. From Oracle of War.
Okay.
5 words.
I have got that. So you send that off. We will talk about, it's not going to be an instantaneous response, so we will talk about the impact of that. If I do not mention it, please remind me. But I'm already pretty clear. I think I know what Flame will say. So you send that off, which brings us back to Merame. And Merame, when you sort of kind of drift off into this dream sleep, you have the very strange experience at first. And of course, you've done this, whether or not you've always felt comfortable with it, you've done this dream experience on multiple occasions. This one is a little bit odd in that the experience you have as you're moving into it is this feeling of as if you are somewhat distant from the dream experience, by which I mean normally when you have this, you feel very much as if you're there. You're aware that you're dreaming usually, but you feel very much as if you're in it. This feels very much more like you're watching it being done, like you are, almost from a slight distance might be the way to describe it. And you have not had that happen before. But as you enter this this dream sequence, you're sort of sitting there, and as you drift off, you find yourself again with a slight bit of distance, looking at what might best be described as volcanic rock. And you feel as if you are standing aboard the deck of this airship. It might be an airship. Hey, Drew. It might be an airship that looks very much like the Cyberus Sailor, although in the dream you are alone. You are just standing on the deck on your own as the airship is sort of drifting towards this volcanic rock. But you also know that on the front of this ship there is a large scope, like a telescope, which is angled down at the volcanic rock. And the ship is just slowly drifting towards it. And as you look down without the benefit of the scope first, you can see what looks like some image or some figure, tiny, on one of the ledges of this volcanic rock. But you can't see it just with the naked eye.
I'll walk, if I can participate enough with the dream, to the scope.
Okay.
And try to look through.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
When you do that, you sort of focus in on the figure. You see someone wearing this long and elegant jacket, like almost like a dinner jacket that one might wear. You can see a very fancy red silken tunic with buttons that are, carefully placed. And as you sort of move the scope up, you can see a somewhat pale face with slightly angled eyebrows and ears. It is a face possibly of some kind of elf, although it's not totally easy to see. What is easy to see is the expression on the face is cruel. And as the face is looking up at you, it sort of curls into this sneer. And as it looks up at the ship, as this figure looks up at the ship, you can see they're looking up and they have this sort of cruel sneer. And then they raise their hand and they kind of point. And as you sort of look, well, I shouldn't assume. Are you going to look where the pointing happened?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds inviting.
Okay. So, and question, are you doing this with the scope, or are you just sort of turning away from the scope momentarily to look at where the
I'm going
pointing
to
is
turn
headed?
away momentarily
Okay.
to see if I can see it without the scope so that I can quickly look back at him if necessary.
You can. There is a dark swarm of something which is flitting towards the ship.
I'm
And
from
it's-
Dunland.
And it's
Sorry.
coming hard. It is moving at incredible speed, and the fact that you can see it without the scope indicates that it's a very large swarm of whatever it is. Moreover, as you look at it, and the swarm is rapidly approaching, you hear a slight murmur behind you, and as you turn around, you see your sister fixed in place, staring at the swarm wide-eyed as it gets closer and closer and closer.
Where is my sister? She's behind me?
Yes, on the deck, maybe 15, 20 feet behind you.
Okay, so I remind myself this is a dream. You need to see what you need to see. And then I will turn the scope towards the swarm to try to identify what it is exactly coming. And I will feel my, all of my insights just kind of start to constrict on themselves as I fight against instinct to see what I need to see.
There is a mixture here, Maramé, of faces. They are faces of what look like, first you think they might be birds or bats, but then you see that the faces have materialized and you see what you think looks like faces of, is that Irulan's face? No, it can't be Irulan's face. That has to be the Lord of Blades' face. No, That looks like Sheriff's face back in Salvation. No. That looks like, and the faces shift and morph into multiple creatures and beings that you've seen. But in each of these cases, as you're looking, as it gets sort of ever closer, you have this overwhelming sense of malice. And as the scope, eventually, like, you swing the scope enough that, like, it's almost like turning around on the ship, so you really don't need it anymore. And if you were to just sort of, like, look out of the scope, you could see that they are now very close. The swarm is larger than the ship itself. It's enormous. And there is just sort of a moment of you sort of looking at Nisiana, and Nisiana is sort of fixed, as I said, with this sort of gaze, and then looks at you with an anguished expression, and you're almost positive says the word help a second before the swarm slams into the side of the ship and Nisiana, and you awaken.
I jerk awake, I
Yes,
imagine.
I would assume.
And then take a moment, be like, okay, I'm here. And then I'm going to sit. By now, I assume Nisiana's already gone by the time I've done all of this, and I'm going to take a moment to breathe, and then I'll decide if I go find Alarian or if I wait for Nisiana to come back, because I know Alarian doesn't need to sleep.
And one quick note, Miramay, which is that was obviously, it was a very disturbing dream for you, but you're almost positive that whatever has given you this slight level of distance was some beneficial effect, as if what was happening was being mitigated or reduced in impact. And you don't know whether that's because of where you are or something else, but something kept you from feeling the full import and impact of what that was.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I'm gonna take a moment, kind of before I react, to just sit there and think on it, because I have to get over my emotions, my cold sweats, my fear, get my heart rate back down, get myself into a place where I actually share the details in a logical and cohesive way. So I'm gonna just do deep breathing exercises for a little bit and just sit with it, and then if you want to come back to me later, I'll see if I go visit. I'll probably go bug Alarian, knowing I don't know how long Nisiana will be, but it'll depend how long it takes me to get my head together.
Let's pick up then with Nisiana, but I want to take a quick detour just to Tanton. Tanton, just to be clear, as you're inside the room, kind of, dealing with whatever you're dealing with, I just want to know, is there a moment where you attempt sleep? Is it a matter of sort of like looking at Spanner, or even maybe working on Spanner, like throwing yourself into your work again? Like, I'm just curious about what's happening inside the room, if you can describe that.
He doesn't really have that much to work on here. Spanner is fine, and anything that he might work on would probably disable one of the other things that he's enchanted.
Yeah.
So he's not really, unfortunately for him, at this point, he doesn't really have anything to work on.
Okay.
And so he is disrobed and laid his stuff out. It's like the only thing he has to do is to fold his clothes as neatly as he can, because it was all prestidigitated before we got here.
Right.
And so he's kind of stacked it very, anal retentively, very OCD, making sure that everything's aligned. And when he has nothing left to do, then he lays down in the bed and weeps.
Okay. With that image, let's head to Nisiana. Nisiana, as you were on your way to meet with the Baron, you receive a response to your sending. And the response is actually quite short.
Okay.
And it says...
Shark! No, it's not.
Yes. Doom! No. And the message is, message received, must study and consider, Flamewind.
Okay. Basically, I got it. Don't got anything for you. Okay.
At least not yet.
I don't have to memorize that.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's pretty much not yet anyway. Like, in terms of like, don't have anything for you yet, but
okay.
Okay. So when you arrive at the Barrens, you've been given directions here, and so when you arrive at the Baron's place, specifically
I probably
Jarasco's,
would have asked a courier to escort me.
yes, and that would be easy enough to do. They bring you to House Jarasco's section of the Institute. Now, the Institute is basically built with multiple stairs/ramps that lead up from the sort of main central area, which is the room that you were talking, that the kind of large debate pit that I was talking about last time. That's part of this large central area. And there are multiple outside of that pit and outside of that room. From the central area, there are multiple staircases leading to each of the dragon marked houses that contribute to the Institute of 12. And one of them, obviously, is Jarasco. So when you climb the ramp, there are several guards that are waiting outside of it, but you recognize the standard colors of Jarasco. And outside on the doors, these sort of large double doors, there is a spectacular gold inlaid image of Eberron herself, which is kind of interlaced and arrayed with the knobs and the hinges of the doors in such a way that when the doors are open to you, it is if the dragon itself has opened its arms wide to receive you.
I'm going to take that as a good sign.
Yeah. And when you come in, you can see that you've entered this kind of very, again, elaborate and complex looking area with, again, like a lot of velvet and stuff like that. But also, you can see that there are several chairs that have been placed in front of this somewhat larger chair. And sitting in the chair is Baron Ilara de Jarasco, along with the guards who bring them in. They sort of bow, and the courier has left, having brought you there. So the guard, one of the guards says, Baron de Jarasco, this is Nisiana de Jarasco to see you. And the Baron sort of looks up. She is, by the way, iron gray hair, has glasses that fit slightly down on the nose a bit, and is this very, as I said, formidable looking halfling, who is dressed in these beautiful green gold robes with, again, not unlike the doors themselves, the Eberron sort of like basically curling around on the robe through beautiful embroidery, the body almost as if it were embracing the Baron. And she nods and she says, "You may leave us." And then says to you, "And you, my niece, it has been quite some time, hasn't it not?"
I give a curtsy, or some approximation of, because she is my Baron, and I'm since I was 5 years old.
And she says, "Please sit, Nisiana. We have something to discuss, you and I. And I would prefer to hear it from you rather than through intermediaries." And she kind of leans back in her chair slightly.
She takes a seat. She settles. She says, "What would you like to know?"
She says, "Would you like something to drink? Refreshment, water perhaps, or something stronger?"
At this point, remembering my etiquette involving important people, I say the right thing, especially within my house. So if it's nice to say, yes, I will accept your hospitality, knowing everything that puts me under.
Right.
Because I am, one of my backgrounds is I am a house agent.
Right.
So I will say the appropriate thing.
And yeah, your impression would be that you know, it is okay to, you should at least accept water with it, but that you don't need to do anything stronger if you don't wish to. And in fact, it is considered proper etiquette to do that, in part because House Jarasco always prefers to believe that it has, even the water that it provides has healing properties for you. So when that water has been brought, the Baron settles back and says, We have some information that I think would be valuable for you to hear. But before then, I must ask you, Nisiana. You have now been away from the house for some time, here with this group from Brayland. I am curious how you found your experience. It has been some time since you've been, as it were, out in the field. I wonder what you have learned.
I have learned that the world is not as beautiful as I once thought it was, and yet in some points it is better, and many it is not. I have learned that not all believe our house is as good as it is, and I have learned that everyone needs us, even if they won't. Even if the Emerald Claw would like us dead. She kind of like, she's like,
She kind of,
she's like, she's got the scars
Yeah.
there.
she chuckles a bit and she says, "Yes, the Emerald Claw. I imagine that it has been difficult to be out in the field and discover that there are some who specifically would prefer that you not be part of the equation. This is the problem, I am afraid, with being one that heals others. It
I
is
will admit it was a
difficult."
shock. It was a shock.
And she nods and she says, "Do you think this cruelty that you've mentioned that you've seen from some, that the world is not as beautiful as you might expect, has this cruelty gotten worse, do you think? Or was it always there and simply not seen by you before?"
Oh, there's so much I don't know. So much I still have to learn. But just as there is pain and horror that I only heard tales of, there's such humanity and goodness and joy. And even in the most unlikely places, there is goodness. I should tell you about Rowan sometime.
And she says, "It was about that I was going to ask you next. Your companions are quite a group. I know that you have been contracted to work with them, and that House Jarasco will profit thereby as well, based on the healing that you have done from these people. But I must ask you, Nisiana, you came from our house before you joined this group. It is a house which works in many different countries, not simply Brayland. Is this group of friends with whom you travel, are they worthy of the healing you have provided them?"
I honestly could not think of any group better or more worthy at this point. Every last one of them has risked their lives for me. 2 of them have healed me in ways that I did not expect. And of course, my sister is there.
Yes, your adopted sister.
Yes.
I know how important Merime Hawksmoor is to you, Nisiana, and I am glad of it. One of the ways we grow closer to Eberron is by understanding the richness that she gives us by healing those we care about. But there have been rumors that your desire to save those closest to you, Merime or any of the members of your group, could cloud your judgment in other matters. What would happen, I wonder, if one of the House of Jarasco's main figures were to fall, and you were forced to choose between healing them or healing your friends or your sister? Would you choose family, friends, or your house?
I have ever sought to do my duty to my house and my kin. I have also healed those which my group utterly loathe. I will do my duty as a healer, and I will always keep House Jarasco and Eberron in mind. There are choices, and I understand this, but right now, I choose to heal them all. And I will do what I need to do.
And she nods and she says, "That is a just answer. Then I would ask you, niece, one other thing. It is a request, not an order, but it is an important one for the house. And it is one which, I am afraid, you cannot mention to your friends, at least not yet. There is a spy for our house that is kept within the place that you are going, somewhere in this Emerald Claw enclave. I know this because I sent her there myself. It is Lille de Jarasco. She is quite good at her work, and she may have valuable information about the claw, but we have lost contact with her and must assume that she has been taken by them. If you find her, I would ask that you free her. And I would ask that you find her, even if your mission with your friends should take you elsewhere. This is not counter to your mission of finding the enclave of the Emerald Claw as a whole. But if your orders ask you to do something other than what I have asked, I hope you will consider the house from which you come, and that you will do what you can to preserve her."
Will you give me something to tell me what she looks like?
Yes. She has dark and wild hair, which she keeps up in a kerchief at times. But in her healing processes, when that happens, the hair itself waves as if alive. She is also quite good at being stealthy when needed, and thus the problem. As a healer, she would not be a good spy, but as a spy, she is exceptional. The only reason I can think of that she was found and captured is that she must have been forced to heal. I don't know whom, but she broke her cover.
And she is dragon marked because of her hair.
And she nods.
Know that? If they didn't outright execute her, they are using her for their own gain. If she
Yeah.
is captured.
And she says, "Yes, and this is why I must ask you to not share this with your friends, because it is possible that they are keeping her there as bait for you, or specifically other Jarasco house operatives that would come to find her." And she pauses and says, "This was something which the Institute was not aware of. It was a house matter, and it was not something which was opposed to what they wanted. But I did not want others within the Institute to be knowing of what we were doing. And thus, this is a matter for Jarasco, and Jarasco alone."
I will do as much as I can, and under the restrictions you have requested, but there may come a time that I need to call on one or more of them to assist me in freeing her.
And she nods and she says, "I understand, and you can do only what you can do."
There is one final question then. If I cannot free her,
Then
what do you want me to do?
then you must use your judgment. Because if she has been broken, and if you suspect that she would be able to tell secrets of the house, then you must do what must be done for the house, Nisiana. Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yes. Antithetical to everything that I believe in, but
And mine as well.
the house must go on. Is the house in better shape than it was?
I would say that the house is, at least from what the outside knows, doing somewhat better. In fact, your work has been heard of throughout our halls, and there are many in the city of Sharn and beyond that have heard of the doings of you specifically. That has helped us. But the house still and its survival rests upon a knife's point. And that is another reason why a breach of trust or security, I do not know whether we could survive it. You notice, by the way, Nisiana, for the first time, that she looks very tired. The dark circles and everything. And it's all sort of caught up in this, persona of this very imposing figure. But you get the impression, maybe you see her hands shake slightly. This looks like someone who's been through quite a bit.
Okay. In that case, is there any service I can do for you now? You personally.
And she sighs and she says, simply the presence of a civil and deeply accomplished member of the house has done more for me than you might know. We are proud of you, Nisiana. Deeply proud. And if there are others in our house who believe that we should stay clear of the politics of a given nation, I at least believe that you have the judgment to do what must be done. So you've done a service simply by being yourself. I would ask that that continue, and I will manage this.
I'll do my best. The last 3 days have been difficult. I did see a vision of the fall of Seer. What actually happened while I was in the gray.
I see. And from what lesson did you take from that vision?
Seer was once very, very, very beautiful. And what happened was a travesty. And it is still a travesty that is going on right now.
Whoever is hurt in this war, it has always been House Jarasco's charge to heal those wounds. Ours, Nisiana, is to heal.
How do I heal someone who lost Seer?
And she pauses, and then she kind of folds her arms, and she thinks, and she says, how would you feel if you lost your sister?
Unconsolable. And I still want to help him. And I don't know how.
What would you wish for someone to say to you once you had lost her? How would you wish someone
Nothing,
to offer you
actually.
comfort?
Nothing at the beginning. Nothing.
Not at the beginning.
Everything would hurt. It would hurt beyond all imagining. And every word would be trite, and every sentiment would be ashes. But maybe in the future, just to know that they were still there.
The land of my forefathers grew from the ashes of the burning that happened before it. Eventually, the one you speak of will reach out and will wish for hands to hold when that happens. Your goal is to watch and to wait and to be ready. Now your words are ashes. Then they will be seedlings of growth. That is the wisdom I would offer.
Wisdom I need to hear. Still doesn't make it any easier.
And she nods.
By the way, did you hear about me in Shard at that
Wrote.
party?
And she sort of make an insight check for me, please, Luciana.
Because I don't want that hanging over me. If we're gonna be real freaking honest, I want that out of the way. Insight. Okay, what is my insight? 15.
Okay. You see her mouth slightly twitch, and she says, "What exactly do you mean, my niece?" You get the impression, Nisiana, that there's very little that has ever happened to members of House Jarasco that Baron Yalara Jarasco does not know.
I just wanted to make sure that you did not believe I behaved in poor taste of our house.
And she takes a deep breath and she says, "Poor taste. Perhaps you might consider, Nisiana, that there was a time, a long time ago, when members of the house were younger and perhaps acted in a way that was less than tasteful." And she lowers her glasses further. "Perhaps someone you know might have gone through a similar feeling." And you see for the first time her eyes twinkle a bit, which is the first time you've ever seen that. And then she kind of...
because she's been this terrifying image for so long.
Exactly.
And now she's
human.
Or halfling. Or what?
It's like, how dare you? Throws you. No, just kidding. Not a human. No, just kidding.
Thank you. I do keep our house and my duty in the forefront of my mind in almost every single action I do. And sometimes it's hard to know if my judgment is correct. And sometimes I don't really have a choice but to act.
And she nods. She says, "Your judgment will not always be correct. It is whether the motivation of that judgment, the truth of your heart, is correct. That is all that Eberron asks of us. Let the rest take care of itself, Nisiana. And remember your own heart and truth. It will carry you through when other things do not, tasteful or otherwise." And then she sort
Thank
of
you,
says,
Baron.
she nods and she says,
Aunt Ulara.
"Continue to bring honor to the house, and may the love and luck of Eberron go with you."
And with you.
And she
Because I think
nods.
we're going to need it in the next while.
And
And I will continue to do as I've done.
And she nods and leans back. And if you wish, you can depart. The doors sort of open, and as you are on the way out, she says, My thoughts go with you and our house's pride.
Thank you. And then either a courier or ask the guard or somebody to help them escort me back, because you know what? I don't want to walk by myself. I really don't.
And I think as the doors close behind you, that is a good time to take our break. When we get back from break, we will talk about Merimee and Alarion, and we will talk about the actual flight to this place. You are watching the amazing, awesome Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond crew of Trent Sparks, of Marie Bilodeau, of Brandon O'Brien, of Jennifer Brozek, and of John Helfers. If you like what you see and hear, please follow the channel. Please sub to the channel and support the Patreon. Please support all of these individuals' amazing work, whether it is in voice acting or in writing or in game design or a combination of all. And please spread the word about the show. We will be back to you folks. It's 10 o'clock. We'll be back here in, let's say, 10 minutes, and then we'll run players until 11:15, if that's okay. To everyone, thank you for being here tonight, and hold tight. We'll be back to you in about 10 minutes. Okay. So, welcome back, everybody, to day 50 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. Still hard to believe. Day 50 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War. This is part 2 of my Undying Heart, and I hope everyone has enjoyed the session so far. Hey, Shadow Mage. I hope you've all enjoyed the session so far, as we are here at the Institute of 12 before heading out to a dangerous Emerald Claw enclave. But before we get there, we have a bit of unfinished business to clear up with Merime and Alarian. It's there that I want to jump next. And so, Merime, I think you said, I shouldn't assume, but I think you said you were heading to Alarian next. So,
Yes.
is that true?
Yes. After I take a moment to take deep breaths, think about what I've seen, and then kind of think back on the other dreams,
Mm-hmm.
what I know of them, what I've seen recently, kind of trying to make sense of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to go to Alarian because I know he's not sleeping, so he's
Okay.
going to be someone good to bounce ideas off of.
Okay.
So, where are you, Alarian, again?
I'm sitting out in the main room.
Okay.
Uh,
So I'm gonna come.
But yeah, when you come out, it's, Alarian, just by their very nature, I'm not blowing my horn or anything. It has the presence of like 7 feet tall and just, but when they're sitting down, it's like everything that makes them is banked. And it's, first of all, they're totally motionless. So it's like they could be a statue. And secondly, the only thing that you can see that's actually quote unquote active is, although they don't blink, I don't blink, the eyes that are usually lit up are kind of banked, except for every so often there's a bit of a blue flicker there. I'm not sure if that, you don't know if Aegis or Warforged's dream, and indeed they'll tell you if you ask, but you're just wondering why that is. Every so often there's a little spark and then it just goes back to stillness.
And I assume I've seen this before multiple times.
I
right,
mean,
just from traveling.
most of the time when I'm doing this, you are all asleep. So, maybe. But I don't know if anyone's, because usually I'm on guard when everyone else is resting. So you might have
That's
seen it
fair.
more than others, but we've never really kind of mentioned it before.
I'll kind of come and sit.
But they always have let people know, do not hesitate to disturb them if they need to. For any reason, doesn't matter. And indeed, as you sit down, without moving, they say, "Hello, Merime.
Were you sleeping? I didn't think you slept.
You do not sleep. This is what is called my sentry's rest. It does allow me to rest, but I'm instantly alert at any time. I knew the moment you entered the room. I knew the moment Nisiana left the room. I am aware of all that is in my surroundings and can react at a moment's notice. But I'm assuming you did not come out here just to see if I was resting.
No, it's funny in a way. Kalishtar don't really sleep either. We dream. We don't do like others. We connect. We dream. And can I ask you your opinion on something?
Of course.
There's this moment in the battle, and I'll explain to you why I'm thinking about this, but there was this moment in the battle, in her last giant battle, where the fire elemental, the big, angry fire elemental, was coming, I think it was fire, was coming, it's all a blur, was coming towards us and charging towards Tantan because of his dragon mark. And Nisiana, my dear sweet sister, stepped in the way to try to stop it and failed. And I was heading towards Tantan to cast invisibility on him. And the logic, of course, being save Tantan, and also that we needed to get everyone out and we needed the sled that he was fixing. And in that brief half-second moment, without giving it thought, pure instinct, I turned and I threw myself to push Nisiana out of the way to try to calm the creature. It did nothing except get us run over. We lived by chance and luck and maybe skill, I don't know. But in that moment, I was willing to compromise the entire mission, everything, to save my sister. And I didn't care. I didn't think about it. I didn't think about it until tonight when I had a dream that what I had done might have been counterintuitive to a soldier trying to win a war. I don't even know what I'm trying to ask you, Ilarion. But how far would you go to save someone you love, even if it compromised everything?
You are asking whether your feelings for your sister may force you to make a choice that puts the rest of us, or perhaps the mission that we are on, in jeopardy. Is that it?
I mean, in a roundabout, more expressive manner, yes, that would be it.
Oh, you know me, Merime. I typically believe in cutting, when possible, to the heart of the matter. I find the obfuscations and mental gymnastics of humanoid creatures to be confusing and sometimes even painful.
Just be grateful I didn't put it into song, Ilarion. What wisdom have you to share?
That I don't mind as much, for you have a lovely voice.
Oh, note to self.
I have known many people throughout my decades here. I have seen them, some grow old and die. I have seen many others fall on the battlefield. I'm not sure I'm the right person for you to ask this question, because for me, and this is going to sound, they tap their breastplate, which kind of rings under their finger, heartless or emotionless, but it has been the mission. I have not been put in a position where I had to make that choice yet. Even in the ziggurat, where a part of me wanted to go save those people we were trying to rescue, and yet we had to leave them behind, and they sacrificed themselves for us, again, to complete the mission. They understood. It is my hope that you never have to make that choice. It is my hope that I never have to make that choice for any of you, because in that moment, I fear I might hesitate to move toward you or Miatanton or Luciana or Rowan. And that would put everything else in jeopardy. And I think, against the backdrop of what we were facing, even though, if that choice comes, you have to think about the choice you make to save one. Do you risk dooming all?
I mean, when you said that, you're making me feel angry. So I think I know what I'll choose, always. But I believe in the power of many and the power of one as well. I don't think we know everything that's going to happen. And I hope that we'll make the best choices during the battle. But Ilarion, you've protected Nisiana during many battles. You've carried her on your shoulder, even keeping herself, which I really appreciate, and also is a lot of fun to watch. But wouldn't you agree that during the upcoming battle against the Emerald Claw, that she's going to be the main target? We've seen it before.
I care very much for all of you. I protect Nisiana when she requires it, which she is more than competent, more than able to defend herself. But when the time comes, I would protect all of you if I could. But if I have to make that choice, I would protect her for her ability to protect the rest of you. I would adjunct myself, even risking my own destruction, because I believe that she would have the power to prevent all of us from falling.
My friend, you never disappoint. That is the conclusion I hope that you had reached as well. I had a dream in which, and I'm still thinking about it, still trying to figure it all out. It's weird. I usually talk to Nisiana about this first, but I think I want your reassurances to some degree, which you've already provided, whether you know or not. But I had this dream that we were flying over the mouth of the volcano, and I looked down through a scope, and I saw what I guess must have been Widmond, and pale and very large, dramatic, fashionable coat, and then he pointed, and I saw this swarm coming, and all of these different faces of people we've seen and known, like Illyrian, Karnak, and Sheriff even, and the Lord of Blades, and I looked at that swarm, and then my sister was beside me, and I made the choice, because I knew it was a vision, to wait and see how it would play out, and that swarm went for her, and I did nothing to stop it, knowing that it was a vision.
What did you wish to do?
Honestly, I would have grabbed her and I would have dimensioned her out of there and abandoned you all if necessary to save her. I'm not proud to admit it, but that's the truth of it. But I watched because I needed to see how it would play out and what would happen and what the dream was trying to tell me. Because even as I believe in the power of the sword and the magic and of our team, I'm starting to see that maybe the dreams and the visions that I dismissed all this time, I don't know, with the Oracle of War, I guess it's making it more grounded, but when I dreamt of the Lord of Blades, the attack beforehand, remember I told you I dreamt that the Colossus was going to come back from deep within
Yes.
salvation?
Which well, yes, you thought return to salvation to attack it, correct?
Yeah, and all the Warforged were like sticking out of it, and
Yes.
right, and I thought that meant that he had Mo, was that his name? Mo?
Mo.
That he had Mo, and he would use it, but he didn't have Mo. At least we didn't see him.
We do not know. But of all your prophecies, that is the one I feared the most coming to fruition, coming true. And I am, on one hand, I am glad it did not. On the other hand, it worries me because we do not know where Mo is still.
It worries me as well, and it also leads me to question. And I may be wrong. We'll figure this out the more that I tap into my dreams. I hope we'll be given that chance. It leads me to wonder if perhaps it was pointing to another threat from deep within salvation, that instead I was focusing on Mo himself, even though Mo is missing. So yes, that is of concern. But what if it was pointing to something lurking within salvation that would attack us, like Big Bertha and her Warforged?
But she was not a part of salvation. The only person that fits that parameter is Aurelian Karnak, who left before we did.
True.
So, I have questions about this dream of yours.
Oh,
you said
absolutely.
a swarm. A swarm of what exactly? Were they people? Were they insects? Were they birds?
It was a swarm of dread. If like it was birds or bats, and then it had faces on it, faces of people we know, and all of them bringing dread to it, or that idea of dread, and they targeted Nisiana.
And targeted her and did what? Why would Sheriff want to hurt her? Why would anyone that we considered an ally want to harm her?
I don't think it was Sheriff. I think it was the dread that either I felt towards Sheriff or that Sheriff felt. I think that might have been the emotion of the dream.
It might have been your, and I'll not wish to put words in your mouth, but it might have been your guilt over those that have sacrificed themselves or been sacrificed in this fight.
I saw also Aurelian Karnak. I saw the Lord of Blades as well. All the people who make this little constellation of doom that seems to be following us wherever we go.
That is interesting that connected to her, all those came forth.
And
you are the dream weaver. You are the dream interpreter. Surely you must know much more than I what this
I know two things. That swarm, Windmond pointed to it, so it's somehow linked to him.
Pointed to it or directed it to attack?
I don't know. He pointed it to it, and he looked. I'm gonna pin a second, Greg.
Yeah.
I think I want to posit a theory, but I don't know if Mirimi would be in the ability to posit this theory. Like if
Okay.
she would have the knowledge necessary. What's her knowledge of undead? Here, I'm writing it in chat, and you can tell me if I can posit this theory or not. This is what as she's talking with Ilarion. Sorry. Okay, but I can posit it at least. I would be familiar
Right.
with the
And
possibility.
you've battled, obviously you had one module you might recall, or one adventure where section of this where you fought a whole lot of undead.
Exactly.
So, yeah. And
That's
also
what kind of clicked.
and in the last war, you would have fought against Karnath, which was using undead at the time. But it's not at all surprising that the Emerald Claw or anything of that would do it. Why it shows up in your dream, if that's what we're talking about, uncertain. But
that's what I'm just picking up on some of the words from the vision, and again, it's.
But I think Merime would absolutely at least be able to posit a theory on those lines. Yeah, that's not crazy.
Okay, thank you. So unpin. Now that I think about it and speaking with you, thank you. That this does lend some clarity. It's so unclear, the details sometimes, but he himself looked very pale, and I looked at him through a scope, and he pointed towards a swarm that looked like birds or bats and felt of dread, and it was targeting Nisiana, which we know that the Emerald Claw likes undead things. We fought enough of them. What if it's telling me that they target Nisiana is not surprising, but what if the dream is telling me that he's a vampire?
Or some other undead with this ability. Perhaps it is mentioning or alluding to that fact. Yeah, I need to put a pin in this too. Or else I'll just ask you, how did you know it was Widmund?
Oh,
have we seen this person before?
No, I'm assuming.
I was just curious because the name has first come up only in our talks with I want to say the Institute, and that's not right. What is it called, Arv?
Are you talking about where you are? It is the Institute.
Oh, that's right. Okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
You calling it the council? That's not right.
No, the Institute of the 12. You were in front of the committee from the Institute.
Right. The name has only come up in. I mean, to make the assumption is probably the logical choice. It does make sense, especially given the death or entropy or destruction versus light versus life conflict. I mean, I hesitate to paint it so simply. At the same time, there is a Occam's razor. The simplest explanation is often the correct one.
And my dreams tend to follow those that I target as well. Like I saw the Little Blades. In this case, we'd just spoken about him with the Council of 12. But so, regardless of all of this, and with all that we've talked, I guess I really wanted to talk to you about Nisiana and keeping her safe, because she will be our best bet of getting out of there alive. But they will be targeting her. And the dream, even if every other detail is uncertain, I remember her face when she uttered the word help before the swarm consumed her. And I don't ever want to see that again.
Of course not. I imagine none of us want to. Well, I believe you know that I will do, of course, everything within my power to ensure that not only her, but all of us are able to execute this particular mission and come back in one piece.
Okay. Thank you.
If it should come to it, and choices have to be made, I will still make the choices that I deem necessary for the group as a whole. Just know that.
I respect that, and I really expect no less, but I wanted you to know of the extra threat, and in the hopes that while you are heroically fighting off all that we are about to face, that at least you'll keep my sister safe on your back. And, well, perhaps not, because they have a lot of arrows, but you know what I mean. Just be safe yourself as well. Um,
As much as we can going into this, probably the worst destination we have faced yet. It's going to be hazardous. That's all. Not much can be done about it, except take whatever precautions we can. Right?
we will. We've got each other's backs. We always have.
This dreaming of yours,
Hmm?
it would seem to be very important to you. And yet, I know that previously you had kind of, not in so many words, but it was a feeling I'd gotten that you had denied it or downplayed it, maybe is the right word. And yet it seems to be part of your very being. Why would you do such a thing?
You can't deny the dreams. The dreams come regardless. It is the way of the Kalishtar. But have you met many Kalishtar in your day?
Here and there, but I have not hung out with one as long as I have.
They are my people. But we connect with the quarry. We share dreams with them, minds. I mean, it was all explained to me as a child, and I could give you all the details, but it's very boring even in song. But in the end of it, it's almost like you're helping them fight a war in the sky somewhere. And there's two types of quarry. You know, the basic idea is that there's the good and the evil, and there's the balancing of it. And then there's more dark than good, but that will shift, and then when it shifts, everything shifts back, and Eberron itself is affected by all of this. But for me, we all connect with different ones, and for me, I'm connected. Most Kalishtar are dark. They're lost in their dreams and their visions. That's what they choose. They choose to just fight this battle in the sky, not the one here in front of us. They choose to participate there, and they connect to these darker spirits. I mean, they tend to be darker, a little bit more lost, more negative, self-assured for certain. But I connected with a different kind of Corey, and then the more towards the light, the positive side, and that's more rare for my people. And not, it's like they want you to get lost forever in your dreams, Ilarian. It's like you're floating all the time, and nobody wants you to land, and all that you want to do is feel grass under your feet, but all they want you to do is get lost in the clouds where you can't even see the grass. And for me, I did use my dreams, and I did trust them. They led me to Nisiana. They led me to a village during the war where I thought I could save everyone, and no, I watched them die. That's how I met Halar. He saved me. Um, and the more I connected with the dreams, the less I felt like myself, and the more I felt lost, and the more I connected with the people I love, like my sister, with even just using the sword and being grounded as opposed to floating, and just feeling the steel singing in my hands and the air around me, and not just hearing the song of the quarry taking over my mind and my own wishes and desires. Maybe I'm selfish. Maybe that's who I am. Maybe I don't want to be fighting a war that I can't see, that I can't touch or taste or feel, except in my dreams. And maybe I want to instead, I want to taste the strawberry, and I want to feel the sand on my feet, and I want the touch of the silken ribbons, and I want to feel it woven in my hair. Maybe that makes me selfish, but this is the war I want to fight. I think I can make more of a difference here than there, and I fought against them so hard, but maybe maybe I can find a way to find balance between the two, but I'm so afraid of getting lost in the dreams. I've seen Kalashtar do it again and again, and then they're not there anymore. And when they pass, their bodies stops working, and nobody notices because all they ever noticed were the dreams, and that's for the soul to do. And I'm here now. I want to I want to be here now. I want to be here with you, with my sister. And I know it's silly sometimes, and I get carried away, and I sing and I shop for ribbons, and there's clothing and everything, but it's real, and that's what I want to fight for.
For someone who self-describes as flighty, I think at times you're the most grounded of us all. But just remember, if you feel the need to go into those dreamlands again, just remember the people who are waiting for you when you come back. Follow us back to us. We will always be there.
Thank you.
You are much more adroit at the dream thing. I have had one dream in my time, and it was very disconcerting. After the destruction of the ziggurat, when we were all knocked unconscious, even myself, who I did not think could have that happen to me, and it was unsettling. It was basically queried as to why I was here, why I still remained in this realm. It was almost as if something was trying to call me back up to the heavens. And I said, no, there is still things to be done here. These people are worth fighting for. And I was thinking of everyone, but of course, I was immediately thinking of the people I knew the best, the people who were around me, who risked their lives to accomplish these things that we have done too. But there was a feeling I could speak, and I suppose I could move if I wanted to, but yet I couldn't, and it was very unnerving. If that is what dreams are like, I don't wish to have any more of them. I will leave them to you and yours, I think.
I think, thank you for sharing that with me, and I think we have more in common than you know. You're being called to another war as well. Well, I'm glad you chose to stay here on this battlefield with me, and for someone who says that they won't necessarily step up to protect their friends and instead to protect the mission, I think you know your heart as well as I do. And sometimes the mission is protecting that.
Usually, the mission is protecting that. And again, as I said at the beginning, I certainly hope it doesn't come down to making a choice between one or the other. Speaking of our friends, and they glance over at Mia Tanton's door, I am concerned about our artificer. We need him to be at his best when we leave for this, and I'm not sure how long it's going to take him to. It's not, I believe the humans call it get over, but I know it's not that, but come to terms maybe with what he saw. Can you help him with that, perhaps? Or perhaps Nisiana can help him with that?
Mia Tanton has been around for a long time as well, although I'm not actually sure how old he is. But Mia Tanton is wise enough and knows his own heart enough to know that sometimes you need peace, and it's his heart that's hurting. His mind, he will be there in battle, and when we need him, he will step up. I have no doubt of that in my mind or in my heart. And yes, he will have a harder time speaking of it, and it will take him some time, and he wants peace right now, which I think is the only thing we can give him. When he needs us to step in for him, I hope he knows that we will. And when we need him to step in for us, I personally know that he will. No matter how hurt he is, he doesn't want to lose us either. But he's hurting, and sometimes the heart just needs space, time, which time is a precious commodity, I understand. But he will step up. He will be in battle.
I have never doubted his valor. I've never doubted any of your valor. I just am worried that this distraction will make him pause at a critical moment. But I guess that is for us to see. And what will be, will be.
And that pain, that grief that you're seeing now, it was within him before. He knew his country was destroyed, and he knew how. But now that he's witnessed it, consumed him temporarily. And that will always be a part of him. That is a crack that cannot be repaired. But he is an artificer and a good one. He'll find a way to work around it and probably mend it to some degree. But for now, perhaps my sister will have different wisdom. But from what I can see and from what I felt and seen and what he's shared, he just needs a space and for us to be there. But he didn't leave us.
No,
And
this is true.
but I understand.
Have you been to see her? Had you seen it before the destruction?
I wish I had, but no, that's nowhere my travels brought me.
It truly was magnificent. And in a way, having seen it in its glory, having walked the streets and been there, I feel for his loss. It does not affect me as one who is not a citizen, who was not born and raised there, but I understand. I suppose it's just, as you said, he needs. I'm glad we had this conversation. And I'm glad to be able to help you, Merime, in what little way I can.
You helped a lot. Thank you. For everything, too. For standing in battle. It makes the journey easier. And it keeps me grounded.
And I thank you for your song and your humor, because it makes the times we are in more bearable.
Thank you for being you. All right, well, I'll head back. Maybe get a little bit more sleep. I don't know how long Nisiana will be with Despairin. That should make for some good stories. I look forward to them.
I will be here if you wish me to let you know when she arrives, although I imagine she'll want to talk to you regardless.
She will come to me when she needs me. Good night, my friend. Thank you for watching over us always.
Sleep well.
All right. I'm going to come
You're
then
muted,
next.
Greg.
Sorry, it was muted for the stream, but not for Zoom. The other way around. I was muted for Zoom, not for stream. So, assuming then, Merime, that you head off, I want to come to Rowan. And Rowan, I want to come to you as the morning dawns. You are awake, I think, before just about anyone else that you can tell. And I'm curious as to what you do as you kind of, leave your room and enter the main hall. What your plan is first. What do you want to do or who you want to go to?
What stupid thing can I get up to right now?
Possibilities are endless.
When I leave my room, is anyone else awake?
You don't know. The doors of everyone else's rooms, I would say, are closed. You don't know whether the card you slid
I will
in.
caveat that
Okay.
Nisiana would have actually gone to Marime's room to sleep.
Oh, all right. Well, either way, the doors would be closed. Though,
So her
regardless,
door
so-
is open.
Oh, I see. Okay,
but
fair enough.
But visibly,
her
no one
bed is
inside.
unslept in.
Gotcha. Okay.
Again, Alarian is sitting in like the common room, and it
So
looks
he would
like
have
they're.
seen that she
Oh, yeah.
basically said hello and then went to Marime's room.
Okay.
Looking like they're powered down, but you know that's not really the case.
Mhm.
But
If you don't need me, sir, I'll just power down for a bit.
Exactly what I was thinking.
Good. I'm gonna go for a walk. Do I know, or can I easily discover where the living quarters of the committee members are in this building?
Sure, because each of them is kept within the house, their respective houses that connect to that big central area. So you could find out from either couriers or signs or something like that would be able to lead you to each of their places. Although it should be noted that there were, of course, guards, for each of their living quarters. But that said, yes, you should be able to find where they are.
Mm-hmm. I walk to the House Fjarlund quarters.
I thought you might.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when you get there, Rowan, you're actually a little surprised to note that there are not apparently any guards that you can see. There are 2 dark black, maybe even obsidian doors that are closed over. There are no like handles. Well, I mean, there are handles, but there are no like obvious like adornments or anything like that around. It's just sort of simple doors that you can see. And there's no one obvious outside the room as compared to a lot of the other places you walked by. Like if you looked up the stairs, you would have been able to see different like decorations and things like that, but not here, just black doors.
Yeah, that's not true. That's definitely not correct. I look around to see if either anyone is watching me or if the door is booby trapped.
Let's have you make a perception check, please.
Perception. Did my brain become hollow? Ah, there's perception. 15. Rowan's perception is very good. Brandon's perception is not.
You, as you're looking around the area, you would say that the only thing that seems notable to you is the fact that the handles on the doors look to have a slight kind of shimmering quality to them, not unlike the shimmering of the carpet, in the room that you were in last night. But other than that, you don't notice anything in particular. You do not see anyone like watching you or looking at you from where you are. Although again, that just may be that you didn't see them, not that they're not there.
And that shimmering looks like a quality of the handle and not a quality of something that has been added to the handle.
That is probably not easy to tell unless you investigate the handle directly.
I will.
Okay. Then I would like you to make an investigation check. Well, actually, wait, before I do that. So, as you go up to it, like, you could do a mechanical-ish inspection, or you could try to see if there's some kind of magical effect. That would be something more along the lines of, like, an Arcana check or something like that.
Yeah, let me start with the Arcana first.
Okay.
14.
You're pretty confident that there is some field around this handle. What you don't know about is whether it is internal to the handle, like the metal itself is magic, or whether it has been added afterwards. But it is definitely reflecting, there is magic you can feel from it that doesn't seem to be there on the doors.
I note that, and then I just knock on the door instead of just opening it.
Okay.
But I knock with the metal hand.
Okay. Okay. The thing that you note when you knock on the door is that as you knock with your metal hand, you would expect it to be resonant. Instead, it sounds much more like a kind of muffled thump. Mm-hmm. And as the muffled thump kind of, hits the door, there is a moment's pause, and then the door itself opens slightly, and there is no light visible within it. And you hear a quiet, whispered voice, which you can't quite place. It's obviously coming from somewhere in the room, but you don't know where, that says, "What is your purpose?"
I would like to speak to the representative of House Fiarlan, regarding some future business that we may both benefit from engaging in.
And there's sort of a moment's pause, and then the door opens. Enter.
I enter. Does it still look dark?
So as you enter the room, you have a very odd experience of feeling as if you are in a kind of bubble of light. The room around you is dark, but at about a 5-foot radius around you, you can see that you are stepping on carpet, very like fancy carpet. You can you can breathe fine, you can, and all that, but the room is very quiet, and you can only really see to about a radius of 5 feet around you as you're walking in. And you walk up, probably a good, 15, 20, 25 feet. And then there is a chair that is there, and you hear, please have a seat. And it sounds like Fjarlin's voice from yesterday.
I sit.
And there's a pause, and then the bubble of light expands, and you can see now that sitting on the other side of this dark oaken desk is indeed Tanith de Fjarlin, who you saw yesterday. And they look at you and nod, and then they say, I am glad to see you, Rowan Shallow. I had been told that you might be one with whom we might speak, but I understand you have some business with me first.
Briefly, out of character, I didn't introduce myself to the committee as Rowan Shallow.
Nope, sure didn't.
Cool, grand.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were going to notice that.
My eyes widen, but I don't reply immediately to that fact.
Okay.
And I go, I shall cut to the chase. It stands to reason that more people than just me are incredibly perturbed by the goings-on of that last committee meeting. Suffice it to say, that draconic prophecy statement, unbidden by any of us, is cause for great alarm, and I'm pretty sure a great deal of that alarm is dedicated specifically to what takes place within the Institute of the 12.
And Fjarlin sort of nods, sort of steeples his fingers, and says, go on.
The heirs of Aaron, as it says, refer to specifically to a thing that we know. The creations of an individual that you, I trust, are pretty confident is in the family and the employ of one of these houses. That is a threat to you. Knowing that he knows that is a further threat. And yet we've conducted our entire business of the past night as if this is not the case. I've seen less savvy people become more brutal in the face of this kind of information. Someone with as many resources as the person to which you refer is capable of doing a great deal more harm, specifically to you all, and then to the rest of us. And yet I cannot prove it, and shouldn't state anything confidently otherwise. But I know that I'm in the presence of, and I raise an eyebrow as I say this, a performer.
And Fjarlin sort of folds their arms and looks at you and says, I see. So there is a quality that you think you might be able to appeal to. This performance thing you mentioned is interesting. Because if I understand what you are asking, there's a difference between knowledge of something and being the employer of something. There may be understanding without guidance. Those are two different things. I think you would agree.
I would.
He kind of leans back and he says, "The truth is that we have always been most careful ourselves about what the dragon-marked houses are responsible for. The Institute of the 12 must have that knowledge of itself, or it would be useless in dealing with anything else. It is my task, and the task of our house, to make sure we know what those secrets might be so that they do not put the 12 and the houses beyond them at risk. So we know quite a bit about what the secrets are of the people here in this institute. I think you should know that the questions you're asking could be seen as dangerous ones, but also that you and your group have been able to operate outside standard strictures. If you are worried about this person and their reaction to information that they have been given, I am surprised you have not used your own resources. For example, I might be beholden to them, required to do what they say. Are you not concerned that my loyalty would be to the Institute and not to other factors?"
A savvy person would be worried, and I am savvy. And yet, I also know what someone looks like when they are most concerned about their own safety.
Ah. And Fjarlin sort of nods slowly and he says, "Yes. The concern for one's own safety. If what you suspect is true, then the truth is that everyone would be concerned for their safety, not just this one individual."
This is true, but politics trumps good sense 9/10 of the time in circumstances like these.
And there's kind of a nodding and says, "Perhaps. Question for a question, then, I suppose. What exactly, then, would you have me or us do? More specifically, what would you offer in this unfortunate situation?"
Point of description. GM, is Fjarlin wearing glasses?
No.
So I was gonna do a thing that I thought was cool, but he doesn't wear glasses.
Sorry.
But I'm gonna do a version of the thing, just not
Okay.
the thing that I thought I was gonna do.
Okay.
I lean in very closely for the camera, watching this scene, almost like incredibly teasingly. And I whisper to him, "I'm confident that you have more eyes than I do."
And so there's a pause, and they say, and they sort of look at you, and they raise an eyebrow, and then you hear from behind you, "You have no idea." You didn't see their mouth move.
Mm-hmm. I smirk when I hear it.
And they say, "But parlor tricks outside. I do have eyes in most places. And that's one of the reasons I know your actual name. I don't use it to disturb or confuse, but to make sure that we are understood. I think I know the secrets of almost anyone in the Institute of 12, and I think I know the secrets of most of the important players here and elsewhere in the Five Kingdoms. In fact, I knew something about them in the last war. What I have not been able to determine fully is why you, with a certain reputation, are with this group. It seems you have joined and become part of them. From what I can tell, a significant part. But I have not been able to determine what has led you to this position. Judging from past information, it would seem this is a long, what might be referred to, a long play. A personal play, perhaps. If that is what you are doing, rest assured I have no interest in revealing that. It is useful information to me to know that it exists. If that is not what you intend, I am similarly pleased, because you have done what you have chosen to do. But my business is intelligence and information, and if I know the depth of that intelligence and information, I can be of best use going forward.
I lean back and I say, I can offer this much that I know, which is, you can't very well live the life that I do in a time of war unless the only goods you're selling on the street are guns. And I don't like selling guns.
You'd prefer a world in which guns were not necessary, or you were not necessary?
I mean, I'm always unnecessary, but I'd prefer to live a life where very few people notice that.
And you hear from behind you a whisper that says, I don't think that's true. And Eberron says, perhaps this is one way to look at what we're discussing. You have your friends to whom you are loyal, at least at the moment, and I can respect that. I wonder, however, if you would be willing to expand your circle of friends. I could give you information, perhaps, about others you might seek. I don't suppose you have any passing interest in a shifter known as Zodar Tarev, do you?
I'm always in the mood for more friends, but Tarev has never been much of a friendly sort to me.
Not to many others either. But appearances can be deceiving.
Fair enough. We are acquainted, so it wouldn't be very difficult for me to seek his counsel, but suffice it to say, it wouldn't be a very pleasant call, I reckon. In any case, I'm accustomed to getting some manner of information from Tarev, if that is why you refer him.
And they pause and they say, let us say that I have learned something about Tarev's motives. And those motives may be of help to you in determining his actions, and whether those actions are something that must be approved of or responded to negatively. In exchange for the information about those motivations, I would ask you to take little side work, perhaps, to be aware of what's going on when you arrive at the Enclave, and to keep an eye on what people say to you, especially those who claim to be working either for the Enclave or for the Institute of 12. I'm not asking you, and would never ask you, to betray your friends, but some extra information to my house, that would be both a rich reward and a mutually beneficial exchange of information. There are a number of people, Rowan, who have watched you with interest. Some of them are ones that might surprise you, and some of them are ones you might prefer were not observing your passage. I could help with that too.
I'd appreciate that highly. You know that the type that I am would like as little as possible to be observed.
Of course. I know something about wishing not to be observed after all. And they kind of look around for a moment, and you're still in this bubble of light, right? Like there's no just shadow around the outside. And Fjarlin says, I'm curious, Rowan. Forgive a suspicious and cynical nature. You trust them, these people you're with.
I would like to tell you something remarkable. I have never met any creature on this earth more trustworthy than these four fools, and I don't know if that frightens me or inspires me. Maybe that's why I'm here. Because they're the only people I've ever met who weren't in on something.
Do you know, Rowan, I've been at this a long time, and one finds themselves growing tired of shadows. Sometimes it would be nice to receive trustworthy people and believe in them. But I'm too far gone for that. I've been at it for too long. You, on the other hand, have a choice. You can retreat to the shadows you've always known. You could stay with them and see what it's like to be on the right side of the light for once. I can't tell you what to do, but if you want help from the shadows, I think we can help each other. The light, well, that's their business.
I briefly, like shockingly briefly, take my metal arm off and go, I've seen enough things that would have me just as cynical as you and felt a great deal more. And yet, as you say, and I put it back in, you are right that I have a modicum of hope more than most in my line of work. Which is why I can say two things. The first is that it's never too late for you to find the folks who are trustworthy. And in fact, you are in the best position to know the difference. It's just perhaps the difference between seeing those folk as weak and susceptible or truly the most valuable persons that you can meet in times like these that really matters. Then I get up, push the chair in, And as I make to the door, I say, and the second thing is, there are some things that are just generally more pleasurable to do in rooms full of light than rooms full of darkness. And I wink and leave.
And as you leave the room, the bubble of light goes out, and you hear, "A pleasure speaking to you, Rowan."
And as I head down the corridor, I mutter to myself, how on earth does Zodor Tarev know more about these goings-on than I do?
I'm going to, I'm just going to let that go, for now. Okay. So.
I'm terrible, I'm sorry.
No. Nothing to be sorry about with that. Nothing, had zero problems with any of what's happened tonight. The last person that I want to come to before we move things forward, I believe there is some armor to distribute. But before we move that forward, I do want to ask Tanton. Tanton, as you sort of have come to after whatever you were doing, whether it was sleep or staring at the ceiling all night, I could see variations of all of that. What do you do in the morning when it is time to, step out into the world?
When morning comes and everybody's getting up and moving around, and probably right around the time that Rowan comes back, there is a bit of a grinding sound. Not terrible, but it becomes very clear very quickly that it's Spanner moving away from the door, like he's no longer leaning against it. And Tanton opens the door and walks out, and he's, as everything in its place as he always usually is, and he just kind of walks in towards the central chamber, and he just throws a piece of I guess it's a mixture. It's a cuff that's made of wood and maybe copper wire and silver, but the silver, I know there is some gold wire in it, that has been basically woven, almost embroidered in a weird way, in the shape of the House Jarosco emblem. And he just throws it down on the table and goes to grab some water or something.
Okay.
But he's like, that's one. And goes.
Okay. Quick question, because I missed this part. The table in your main room?
In the basically very close to where Valerian.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure you would not run to the central chamber and was threw it down. I was just making sure that would have been a very different effect.
No,
right.
I just walked in and tossed it on the table.
Okay, gotcha.
Went to get a glass of water.
Gotcha. At this point, I would say that the others have emerged / are there. And I would say nearly simultaneous with that, that happens, and maybe even as you're going to get water, the echo of the thing, hitting the table still hasn't even passed when there comes a knock on the door, and then the door opens, and one of the couriers from outside, one of the mesters, comes in and says, "Your pardon, but it is the morning, and the Cerberus will be leaving soon, but first there is some equipment that you have been provided, and I have been asked to bring it to you if you would like to see it." And I guess that, and Alarian, since you're in the room at this point, whoever wants to come in can come in, but the point is, I know that you were there.
I will. Yeah, I'll say that is acceptable.
And he nods and comes in, and he nods, and 5 people follow him. each one carrying what looks like, at first you think it's like a plate or a platter, and then you realize that it's actually a floating, some kind of, it could be like a disc, or it could be something which is being borne aloft through some kind of elemental force. It's a little bit hard to tell. There's not an obvious Tantan, because I'm going to assume you like go to get some water and then turn around to see that it's not like some obvious thing where you can see a battery that might be powered by elemental or something like that. But there's some kind of hover capacity or anti-grav or something that is keeping this slightly, or possibly even magical, above the ground. And on each of them, there are 5 different areas of, there are 5 different armors, and 5 different pieces of clothing or armor. And they're brought in, and the courier sort of nods to the people who have each one. And the courier says, "The first one is been sent to the one that is known as Merime Hawksmoor."
I step forward. I hope it looks good.
So the armor that is brought over to you is what looks more or less like a long duster with, on the front of it, multiple horizontal buttons, like, I don't know the way to describe it. What I should do is just find a link. Anyway, the point is, a sort of a cross-stitched row of buttons moving all the way up from the bottom all the way up here. And as you first look at it, you're not sure exactly what the material is made of. And then the person with the disc, the anti-grav disc, sort of looks at you expectantly as the disc is kind of floating in front of you with this item on it.
I will reach over and take it. Examine the garment.
So when you take it, the thing sort of just sort of shimmers as it falls, and you can see it kind of slightly shimmering in the light. You're not sure what the heck this is made of, Merime. It could be some kind of at first you're like, maybe this is a cloth, but then as you look at it, feels like there's a kind of, in the interior in particular, a kind of slight roughness to it that feels almost like an extraordinarily supple kind of leather. You're not 100% sure, except that not only does it shimmer, but you can see down one side and up the other, as like if you were to fasten the buttons, you can see that there is an effect that makes it look as if a ribbon has sealed each of these buttons across.
Oh.
It looks baller is what I'm saying.
They know you well.
I don't even care what this thing does. It looks great.
Gives you a minus 23 to your AC.
Yeah, exactly.
No chance.
But plus
throw out all of my
85 charisma, no.
I foresee so much new artwork.
I throw out all of my weapons and armor, and I just put that on. I'll just tell them, like, I've seen many fine material in my day, but I don't actually know what this is. It's beautiful.
And they nod in the practiced way of someone who's like, yeah, we get that a lot. Is sort of the impression that you get. When you put this on, it feels as if it was custom made for you. Like just you don't know that you know something which is sort of this perfectly designed for you. And there are 2 mechanical effects. First of all, this is the equivalent of, and you actually is Mermaid wearing leather armor, or what is Mermaid wearing? I want to make sure I know what the right kind of armor is.
That is a good question. Mermaid is wearing, where do I see that on?
It'll be in the center of your thing where your equipment is.
Okay.
Go under the attacks, down to the bottom of the
Also,
thing.
like
It'll list all the items.
Under
Oh,
item
okay.
name.
Right. So I have studded leather armor.
That's
Thank
what I would
you.
have thought. So this is there's 2 mechanical effects. One, this is +1 studded leather armor. It's the first thing. Secondly, this has a particular effect. And that is that once per long rest, you can run your hands along the ribbons of this. So literally like run them down this way, like along them. And you will double the effect of a flourish that you do when you do that.
Oh,
Oh.
thank you.
Wow.
You're welcome.
You're gonna get a nice Christmas card this year. Like I know last year you didn't get one because you didn't deserve one, but
Right, oh
next
yeah. Suddenly the armor fades. Like, God damn it. No, I'm just kidding.
Shut up.
God, the gunning is good. Yeah, now again, once per long rest only. Okay, so just be
Okay, no,
aware. Not
that's-
once per combat, once per long rest.
Once per turn.
But the no. Once per long rest. But the +1 is a permanent effect on that.
Thank you. That is very
Sure.
cool and very generous. Thank you.
It is not also one other note. I'm sure you know this already, but this is a replacement for your current armor, not like an over armor. So if you
Yeah.
found some other suit of armor that you wanted to wear instead, that's fine. You just can't wear this. So this
Yeah,
is like
so-
the armor. Okay.
I'm not gonna have like AC 20 like
Yeah,
35
yeah.
because I'm just wearing.
Can't help you out with that, I'm afraid.
No, that's fair. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So Merime looking fairly pleased. The next person steps forward and says, mine is to be given to one who is known as, and then remind me again, Rowan, what you actually identified yourself as. I know I have this in my notes, but
Tyrone Morrow.
oh, that's right. One known as Tyrone Morrow.
That would be me.
And they hand this over to you. Now, Rowan, what this is basically is, it looks to you at first as if this is sort of a kind of a well-fitted shirt. And at first, given what you've just seen from Merime, you might be inclined to be like, oh, a shirt. Except that even as you're looking at it, there's something odd about the material of this. And part of it is that you can't quite see it. Like, you're looking at it and you're like, that's a shirt. And then you're like, look at the arms. Like, there are things that see, like you look at it and then it kind of you don't look at it, and then you see it and then you don't see it. And it's just sort of sitting there right now on the, on this little anti-grav thing that I've been making reference to.
Very confusedly, I take it up off the display.
So, you now can see that this thing is actually a little bit longer than you might have expected. It is a kind of, it looks almost like a kind of cloak, except that, but almost like a half cloak, I guess is the way I would describe it. When you, well, I should ask, do you put it on? Because I don't want to assume.
I do put it on.
Okay.
Like, I wear it over what I'm presently wearing.
Right. So when you put this on, there are two effects of this. The first is that, and you're wearing right now, the same question I had for Merime. What are you wearing right now, armor-wise?
Well, I don't have armor. I don't have armor proficiency.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm just wearing.
It is effectively padded armor +1.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
So what this is yes, that's exactly right. So this works as basically mechanically that there's an additional effect too. The one effect is that this is now essentially, yes, padded +1. So this increases your AC by 1. But there is another effect also, which is that once per long rest, this will function as a cloak of displacement. And so what that means is that it creates an illusion, which means that you appear to be standing in a place near your actual location, which means that any creature will have disadvantage on attack rolls against you. This effect, when you trigger it, will last for 2 combat rounds. So it'll last for, 12 seconds, or roughly speaking, that length of time. So for 2 consecutive, you can't trigger it and turn it off and trigger it. For 2 consecutive rounds, all enemies will get disadvantage on attack rolls against you. And that is once per long rest, just like I mentioned with Mermaid.
That's gonna be delightful.
So as you are, and also it's perfectly perfectly well styled for your arm, by the way. Like perfectly balanced and everything, and just like like enhances the art. Look at the arm.
Like one of the first.
Calrissian would be jealous.
Say again.
Lando Calrissian
Yeah,
would be jealous.
That's who I was thinking of.
We do pretty well here. Yeah, that's a very good example, actually. Oh my God, that's perfect. Yes,
Like
yes.
one of the very first things that I do when I put it on, in fact, is like I bend the elbow in my metal arm and it's like, is this gonna tear this? Is this okay? Cool.
Yeah, no,
this is good.
perfectly. Like, yeah, that's really great. Steel is getting better all the time. It's reverse Lando Calrissian. Oh, incidentally, can we just take a quick moment to rest in peace, Carl Weathers. It was so sad to see that, because what an amazing like career this person had, who brought a lot of joy to a lot of people, and was also a very good director. And I was a huge fan of his work in The Mandalorian. I was sorry to see that.
Yes, so was I.
I was sorry to see that. So anyway, I was thinking about the Star Wars stuff. Anyway, so that is yours, Rowan. Then the next person steps forward and is like, I have been instructed to give this to Mia Tanton of the House Cannith.
And Tanton just sort of tilts his head, but doesn't really turn to face them. But I mean, it's clear that he's acknowledging them, but he's not facing them directly.
And the person sort of, unperturbed, moves forward this anti-grav platform, and you see there are 2 items actually sitting on the top of this. The first is what would best be described as kind of like a utility vest. Might almost be the way to describe it. It is a thing which seems to be kind of like well apportioned, but also has like a number of these kind of pockets for tools and things like that. I'm trying not to make it into like a dorky Ghostbusters thing. It's not quite like that. It just seems like it's very functional theoretically. And so I'll talk about that before I talk about the other item. So there's that. Assuming that you put this on, this again would be the equivalent of a +1 version of the armor that you're already wearing. So this is a now +1 version of that. But the second item is interesting because the second item underneath it appears to be a metal collar. Decent sized, but obviously not for humans.
Oh, for Spanner. Okay. Oh, it's just like,
I noticed the collar and raise an eyebrow until Luciana says that aloud. And
Right, I was like,
she's like, oh, it's for Spanner. Oh,
Yes,
I
our
mean,
usual
Spanner is
customs
standing right
here
there.
in
Like,
the Institute.
yeah. What happens in the
he
Institute
was
stays
just
in
like,
the
oh,
Institute.
what?
Mark of hospitality, man.
Sort of winks at you. Whoa, hey,
All
oh,
right.
hey, oh.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he sort of looks down at it and picks it up and sets it on one of the, because there's still a couple. He's been slowly removing the spikes from Spanner's bridge.
Yeah.
But there's still like one there. It's like just sort of hangs it on there for a moment and really doesn't pay much attention to it beyond that, but he will.
Okay. The effect of that is going to be that this is also +1 AC to Spanner. And both of those are permanent, effects for as long as they are using that. The collar cannot be removed by someone else. Obviously, when Spanner ceases to function, then the item itself. But even then, when Spanner is restored, that item would also be available. It is possible that if Spanner is completely lost, a la a previous version of Spanner, then you'd be out of luck because you'd lose the thing that was on it. But if Spanner breaks down, this thing isn't going to break on top of it. So yeah. That is Tanton's, and then they step back, and then one says, I have also been asked to bring this for Nisiana of the House Jarasco.
She steps forward. And she looks at it.
And you can see what is on here is what looks like, at first you can't tell if it is like a dress or a skirt or something, but as you look more closely, you think it is indeed a cloak but not a half cloak. This looks to be more like a full one that would go from your shoulders down to the ground. It's sized for a halfling. And the person, the attendant who had given you this says, "This is also courtesy of the Baron." And they kind of, nod at you. So you can choose to put it on if you like, Nisiana.
Is it of the strange material that nobody can tell what it is?
Yes, although this seems somewhat different to you because it is in colors of green and gold. And the interior of it seems to have a dragon that is embroidered along its length inside.
Okay. Well, considering it comes from my house and I recognize the symbol, I'm not going to insist on knowing what it's made of.
Okay. Yeah, it's it definitely appears to be. It's not the same. So like you don't like Rowan, like again, with Rowan's material, you kind of see it and don't see it. That's not the case with yours. You can clearly see this.
Well, I mean, it's just she just wants to make sure it's like not made of spirit skin or something.
No.
Because that would be just.
Yeah, no, decidedly not.
Yeah, okay. So, looking at it, she's just like, okay, and then she puts it on.
So, two things about this. First of all, again, as I've been saying to everyone else, this is a +1 version of the armor that you're currently wearing, so it improves your AC by 1.
Currently wearing studded leather.
Okay. But there is an additional effect. That is that, and this again, this is something which, this has a set of charges, Nisiana, and I'll tell you what the charges are. But this item is particularly powerful. There are not many charges in it, but there's a reason for that. When Nisiana is reduced to 0 hit points, if Nisiana should ever go down in combat, this item will release a burst of healing energy. And the burst of healing energy will heal everyone around her and Nisiana herself for 10 hit points. And that is within a 40-foot radius.
Wow.
God!
That's awesome.
That's an 80-foot diameter. Ooh.
Yep. Now, to keep, as I said, the charges are very limited.
Die more often.
The charges.
No,
Yeah,
don't
exactly.
die more often. It's don't let me die more often.
Yeah. The charges, though, are very limited, Nisiana. There are 2 charges within this. But, and then after that, it will still function as a +1 thing. It just won't have that ability again.
Okay. Are we going to get a write-up of this so we can figure out how to actually add it to our sheet and make
Yeah, I was going to say, like, nah. But if you
make
ask
roll
me, I will
20 actually see my +1 to my AC?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm happy to, like, I can sort of like summarize. It's too much. Let me sum up afterwards. That's fine. But
okay.
And then the last of all, is one that is pushed forward. And Alarian, this is odd because the one that comes forward for you, unlike everybody else, does not look like a cloak or a vest or a duster or any of those things. This just seems to be what looks like a single jewel, a single purple star-shaped jewel that's just sitting in the middle of this disc. And it's brought over to you.
Look at it, and then look up at the person who's presenting it.
And they bow slightly and say, "I was told to bring this to Alarian, the Starforged, and to let the Starforged know that the gift is... My masters are aware of what it might represent." And the gem, Alarian, seems familiar.
Yeah, I want to say yes, but I'm not sure from where. Can I arcane insight this?
Sure.
Vintage. The 23, Bob.
There's clearly some magical effect here, but the magical effect seems to be resonating with your entire body. That is to say, you feel your body sort of responding to the jewel, and vice versa, perhaps.
They look up at the person and say, "Where did this come from?"
A great distance, I was told, both far and high.
I reach out and pick it up.
The minute you pick it up, Alarian, you are aware that the item you are holding is material, the stuff of which you yourself may have once been forged. That is to say, this is part of the mineral, the star stuff, from which Starforged are often made. And when you pick up the jewel, you can in particular feel your Aegis shield kind of resonating with it. The mechanical effect of this is that when you put the jewel on the shield, if you do that, I mean, that's what it's sort of giving the sense of it.
Which I will do.
Two things happen.
Absolutely.
Yeah, two things happen. Number one, I mentioned the +1 AC.
Okay.
Number two, now this effect will only happen once. But once, when your Aegis has been reduced to 0, either because you have used it to protect others, or used it to protect yourself, or whatever. I'm not talking about hit points, I'm talking about your Aegis specifically. When those points are reduced to 0, this, once, will restore them to full.
So you're saying my spirit dice, my spirit die pool.
No, I'm saying your Aegis points.
Oh, my Aegis armor points.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Wow. Wow. But one time. It is
One
One
time.
time. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And
the shield jewel.
yeah. And the attendant sort of nods and steps back, and all 5 of them nod to you and then say, oh, the one who had originally first spoken when they came in the room said, "We have been asked to tell you that the Cerberus awaits your departure. When you are at leisure, it is ready to leave." And they bow and nod, and with their anti-grav discs behind them, they all walk out the door. And as you're all sort of like admiring each other's or your own, like cool new armor type of stuff, you hear a familiar voice behind you who says, "I think it's worth it. It's the kind of thing you all should have been given. I'm glad that you're getting what you deserve." And it's the voice of Hilar. And as you turn around, you can see that Hilar himself has shed his usual dirty duster, his typical, like, boots that look as if they've been walking through sand and desert for the last 700 years straight, etc. Instead, he looks clean cut, dressed in blue and silver. A version, Merime, almost of that duster that you've just gotten, you might almost say. His hair has been cleaned, and he looks absolutely like, just dressed to the nines. And he says, "I have been speaking to the committee for the Institute of the 12, and there have been some arrangements made. One of them is that, if you wish, the Oracle will be able to be protected here. I wanted to see if we could avoid taking it into every dangerous situation we ever go, and in fact they've done that. The second thing is that although they don't know exactly who we are, at least not completely, they do know that we are a force that needs their support. And so, and he opens his hand, and there are 5 badges, and you can see that the badges themselves are this cunningly interwoven number of 12. And he walks up to each one of you and pins the badge on to your new armor, and he says, "You are first and foremost members of the King's Citadel, but so long as you have these brooches, you are also, for the moment, special agents of the Institute of 12. That means they will hear you if you call out to them when you are picked up for extraction from the Enclave. And also," he says, "anyone who sees this thing will know that you are under the protection of all the dragon-marked houses. This is the first time in the history of the Institute that they have given these to people who are not members of the Institute themselves." And he kind of grins slightly. "It's about goddamn time." And then
Nisiana smiles and looks at Rowan and says, "You're going to have to tell me all the reasons why we shouldn't wear this thing here shortly."
Oh yeah, there are several. If every time we're in the every time we're in the allyship of any powerful organization, we wear it on our lapel, there's gonna come a point where it's gonna cause us more trouble than it's worth. But don't throw it away.
I wasn't going to throw it away. I really want to wear it. I just know that I probably shouldn't wear it all the time.
Oh no, yeah. Can you imagine how many people who probably have minor conflict with any individual members of these houses that would love to put you in a small wooden box as punishment to somebody that you don't even know? Maybe we don't want to celebrate this very publicly.
he says, "If it's any consolation, you could also wear it inside somewhere. You just won't get the other benefits of people knowing, and that, of course, is up to you. Also, don't say, 'Hey Siri' or 'Hey Alexa.'" No, I'm just kidding. Just joking.
And yet, you doing that just now just activated like
proves
6.
Yeah. The entire Twitch is just swearing.
Oh God, yeah. Anyway, so he says, "So the time has come for the King's Citadel. It's time to head out and see what you can do. Are you all ready?"
No.
He says that with the voice of someone who's not like, "Everything good to go," but sort of like a kind of, more resigned, like, "How you doing?" type of thing.
I told you they would tell us to go do something really stupid and dangerous. This was not quite what I expected, but sure, let's go sneak into the Emerald Claw's domain.
Well,
We
as I
all
believe-
blend so well. She takes her cloak and
As I believe you're fond of
Alright.
saying, then something this crazy should be right up Rowan's alley.
before we go, I point to the thing on the table. I'm like, "This is one what, Tanton?"
You asked for healing bracelets.
Okay, how does it work?
You wear it, and when you need to heal someone, you cast a healing spell.
Okay, so pretend it's not me wearing this. How would Alarian heal you with it?
Put it on.
I
To
do
the
so.
As soon as it kind of, clicks, right? Because it's not like a clasp, but they're like almost like Velcro hooks that just sort of lock on a little bit. And if you wanted to take it off, you certainly could. But if anybody else tried to pull it off of you, it would be a challenge. But as soon as those little hooks kind of lock in, there is a sensation of what you could describe as warmth, but it's also cool. It's more of it's the sense of comfort that you get when you're too hot and you feel a cool breeze, or you're too cold and you step within the range of a fire and the warmth rolls through you. There is a sensation of and somewhere in there, you kind of feel much like when you extend your aegis to help cover somebody else. There is a sensation that there is something in this that you can push to others to make them feel better.
I can also use it on myself if I wish to. Right?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
And it is 10 charges of a level 1 cure wounds.
All right, I take it off and toss it to Rowan.
I immediately put it on. Like my hand just kind of slips into it.
Yeah,
midair.
yeah.
Right in midair, right? Like, like yeah.
Yep. I know who needs that.
Thank you for thinking of me.
There's a scene in Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead when they see like the king and queen and they're getting ready to presumably go knock boots or something, and like he takes off his livery collar and or it's his crown or something. He throws it to Gertrude and she just sort of catches it on her arm.
Yep.
Exactly.
And as you folks, having gotten this stuff, head out to the Cerberus, I think we will.
Is Hilar accompanying us or not?
Hilar is, so assuming that you're good with the Oracle being there, Hilar apparently is not going to accompany you on this one, and part of the reason apparently is to be there with the Oracle and also managing what's going on. You get the impression that he's going to have to cover some ground with the King's Citadel without saying it's the King's Citadel type of thing.
Same with Soul Ring and Sky Blue.
Say again?
Soul Ring and Sky Blue.
Soul Ring is definitely not. The question would be Sky Blue. You could bring Sky Blue. It's up to you, basically, if you want Sky Blue to come or not. Soul Ring is a no. Hilar, I just explained. It's up to you about Sky Blue.
I think she should stay here with Hilar.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree. Right now, you know, we may need her for something else in the future. Going into the Emerald Claw.
Yeah.
And Rowan would still kill Garuda if she came with us. So.
Oh, Garuda's long gone.
Yeah, she's already back in
She's
Salvation,
long
which is a
gone.
good thing for her and everyone else.
Right,
Right.
that's true.
Which means that we are going to bring this session to a close. And I just want chat to know that this was supposed to end about a half hour ago. And the reason it didn't is because we were getting a little bit into some armor distribution. I just want to be clear that people seem to be kind of enjoying themselves getting some cool new magical armor. I'm just saying.
Come on. This is the kind of thing that we could use right now.
Yeah, absolutely. No, of course, 100%. And it was actually a lot of fun sort of giving it out anyway. And especially because we've had well, we've had also a couple of sessions where we've had some focus on a little bit more of the role play with a little bit broader contours to allow that to happen. And presumably you're going to be going in a place where there may be some less options for that, depending on what happens at this Emerald Claw Enclave.
When we're getting slaughtered.
Well, I
Our
mean,
new
we'll
armor
see.
in shreds.
Yeah, exactly. I thought this was so good. This was a ton of fun. There was a lot of really, 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 really good role play work for a lot of different people, and I was just really enjoying all of that stuff. Oh man, a ton of fun to watch. And it's going to be really interesting to see how people handle things as the crew heads out on the Sparris Sailor. I will start with gentleman at the bottom right of the ziggurat. So John, good stuff from Alarian here. I thought that the conversation between Alarian and Merime was really great. There's a lot of good stuff that came out of that from both of you, and it was enjoyable to see some of the evolution of Alarian in their own way. And it's strange because, you think of Alarian as being kind of like stable and steady, and that's all true. But obviously Alarian is also growing a little bit based on exposure to people around, whether it's Kalashtar or humans or something else. So there's that. And then also maybe something extra for Alarian to think about in terms of this stuff that they've been given that resonates with their very person. in terms of like where they actually received this. But I hope I made clear to everybody that the Institute of 12 is no joke, and that this is the stuff that they spend their entire time focusing on with research and everything else, to get more information. Perhaps slightly creepily, like as we'll talk about when we get to Branded with Rowan, but you know how they know as much as they do. But there's a lot of that that's sort of associated with this, and hopefully there'll be some good mechanical and otherwise benefits for it. But so there's some good role play and some good setup for what Alarion is going to be facing and the rest of the crew in this what used to be called Mount Crag. How did you feel about today's session, John? Where will the fine folks find you next?
It was awesome. I really, really enjoyed the conversation between Merime and Alarion, because it's really the differences in our two frontline warriors and how they view their roles. I thought was just fascinating to explore that, and the fact that Merime felt enough to talk to, that she felt comfortable talking to Alarion about her concerns, and it was a valid one, and it was good. She framed it just delightfully, and staying true to what Alarion said. But then at the end, they acknowledged, like, yeah, I had the same feeling about our party as well, and that's could be a problem down the road. So it was fantastic. Right. And this, of course, is like they're gonna have to do some thinking, some hard thinking on this, and they might have to find out where this actually came from, because they've been around here for a long time, and this is the first time they've seen anything like this here.
Yeah.
That kind of threw them for a loop. So yeah, surprises, and it was very fun watching everyone else do their thing. I really wish I could read Rowan's mind now, because I want to know about that conversation about Zodor, because that actually has a bearing on Alarion, and he would really want to know that. So hopefully that'll come out at some point, but they can't find out what they don't know yet.
Yeah.
So it depends. But it was a lot of fun. So looking forward to the next session.
And just anything to highlight in particular about be aware of things coming up?
Just that Western book Lawless, the anthology we put out. Go take a look at that, folks, when you have a chance. Really proud of it. It's like quite a fine collection of Western stories. So, and it fits tangentially to our Western themed D&D games.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's going to be a time. Our first major convention is not till March, and that's over in Schaumburg, Illinois. I'll be talking more about Adepticon as we get closer to it. We're not quite there yet. So, but otherwise, I'm here twice a month, role playing with these fine folks, and our once again a masterful job as our DM.
Thank you. Super good stuff, John. Also very good stuff, Jen, from Nisiana. I really enjoyed as well the conversation between Nisiana and Baron Ulana. It was very interesting to see the way in which Nisiana was obviously being deferential, but you got the impression that there was a lot of like, am I doing this well? Like, how am I doing? Because she can ask that to her sister all day long, but there's a little part of it where like, is Merime really going to be like, yeah, you're really screwing up. Like you really suck. She's not going to be, honest about all of it, because she's going to want to, support her sister. But there's more stuff here, that's associated with this, with, Baron Ulara. And, it was interesting to me to see the ways in which, even the little end section where she's saying like, did you hear about that party thing that I did with the stuff and all that, and in fact it turns out that there's a real person below these sort of dangerous and intimidating demeanor, which might have been helpful. And of course Nisiana has something to think about as well, insofar as she's been given kind of a separate charge from Baron Ulara, which is not like opposed, like make sure you sabotage the crew, but just like there's someone else you need to be paying attention to, and this is kind of your deal. So, like this, don't be giving this to everybody else. So the notion of like loyalty to the house or loyalty to the Citadel, if those things come into conflict, who knows? But it's another thing that Nisiana has to think about. And so, yeah, I'm very interested to see how that's going to work going forward, and how Nisiana is going to approach that. Plus all of the other cool little moments of role play that we had throughout tonight. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I had a lot of fun, and I was actually very surprised that Aunt Laura was a real person in the end. But I'm not surprised. And the fact that she may have been a little hellraiser when she was younger was quite a joy in and out of character to discover. She's not surprised she was given a charge. And based on what she knows now, there's nothing that would conflict with their current thing. So she has no problem with that. Being asked what she would do, who would she choose? Her thing is always, I will choose them all. And it was just, that's the way she always is.
I'm reminded of that amazing scene in Man of Steel, which I would still argue is underrated, where he says when he's coming off the ship, you can save them, Cal. You can save all of them. I just had this image of like, Nisiana can heal everybody. So, yeah, that's interesting, though. Working around a choice by making a choice to yes and all of it, I guess. Yeah.
The other thing was she is she's quite worried about Mia Tanton. She doesn't really know how to help him. But in that scene, I had to remember that she lost both her parents in the war, and I lost both my parents in the last 4 or 5 years. So there was a little bit of just releasing the emotion and energy of things that I felt when also my cats died. And it's just like, there has been a lot of death in my life recently, but I'm at that age where that's happening. And all the sentiments are nothing but ashes.
That's a great line.
Something
by the way.
that was, I don't know where the line came from, but I know what I felt when I said it. And it was an in-character thing. It was an out-of-character thing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Drew
good.
commented on it in the chat at the time. It was a good line.
Yeah, it was really good. And I actually did like what she had to say about Mia Tanton, so she's gonna plant some seeds, and then she's gonna let him heal in his own time until she needs to smack him upside the head and say, look, get your shit together. You can grieve later. They're still dead. Everything's still dead. You can grieve it later. Right now we need you. Yeah. But we'll see where that goes. In the meantime, the next time you will see me is if you choose to watch me play a psychic who doesn't really know what the fuck she's doing. She has a whole bunch of new friends. We've got 2 things. We've got the Shadow of Nox playing in the Broken Hearts Club. And if you like music, I put together the mixtape from all of the characters. And if you happen to like Shadowrun and heists and things gone wrong and teenagers figuring shit out against all the rules and all the parents and everybody who's trying to stop them from doing whatever they're doing, Shadowrun, the Mosaic Run auditions, is now available for pre-order. And I have it on my website that if you want it signed directly by me, that can be arranged through a local bookstore that I have talked with. So, man, I'm really looking forward to not dying in the next game.
So am I. So am I.
Oh, and I'm also very, very pleased that my aunt is an adherent of Eberron. That makes me feel so good.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And yeah, I'm very happy to looking forward to seeing what happens to Nisiana, and hoping also that there will be no no death in the future for Nisiana or the crew. So good stuff today, Jen. Brandon. You know, only someone who happens to love Blades in the Dark, happens to be working on a certain tabletop game based around a dark fantasy that deals with assassins in the shadows of prominent cities, and has a great deal of experience with a character that maybe works on a particular on a particular side of the light, could manage a badass conversation like that. There's a lot of great stuff, obviously, that Rowan has come up with relating to this whole business, but the encounter with Fjarlin, first of all, was like, Trent always says, like, straight into the veins for stuff like this. Like, that's me all over. Like, this stuff is like dead on up my alley, because what I love about this is you're dealing with the head of intelligence for the Institute of 12, which I believe now has been pumped up to, I don't think anyone here is questioning how badass they are. So this person knows a great deal. Which is why I like the fact that they referred to you by your actual name and not the other one and all that stuff. Like, he knows that, they know that. But what I love about this is the fact that Rowan is not thrown off by it. Rowan is sort of playing around the edges with it. And then there's the amazing line about these 4 people are the most trustworthy fools I've ever met, which felt to be like a dead-on, straight to the heart, like Rowan being like, I'm going to tell you that this actually helps me to tell you the truth of what we're experiencing. It was absolutely great, and I am so excited to hear now that Rowan also knows that there's sort of Zodotarev stuff, and there's kind of a standing offer, like, gather some information for the House Shadow if that's something, that he wants to do. There's just so much cool, like, stuff that's available to Rowan, and people really do want to know about some of the ways in which Rowan is going to conduct himself. I thought that, along with the fact that he actually has a couple more ways to heal and defend himself, ought to make you feel better about Rowan in that regard. But it was so much fun to kind of see that play out, and just, oh man, that was really, really cool. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
So yeah, that conversation is actually a lot of fun. I will qualify as well. One of the things that one of the reasons why I enjoyed playing that scene so much is because when we got into the committee meeting and you started describing Tanith the Fjarlan, I was like, this is some James Bond level shit. Like, you're telling me that there is obviously a spy in this room, a guy whose job it is to be a spy, and everything has just gone off the rails, and they're not responding to any of these things very vividly. Yeah, this is definitely some spycraft taking place here, and I immediately wanted to lean in. But like, one of the things that I wanted to lean in there as a result is, in fantasy, when you think of roguish characters like bards and thieves, and in the Fleming canon of James Bond, there is this assumption that a level of subterfuge is inherently sexy. And then you started like more vividly describing Fjarlan for me, and I was like, this is not what people think of when they think of sexy. I'm gonna act like it is anyway. I already leaned into this when we got to the committee meeting, which is why Rowan was obviously being so coquettish in that office in the first place. But like, yeah, one of the things that I liked a lot about that conversation is Rowan is telling the truth there. The reason why Rowan is even here in the first place is that these are the most earnest people that he's never met in his life, and he's like, other people would consider this a weakness. And yet, y'all are not dead or robbed of all of your possessions yet. Y'all are either genuinely, divinely inspired, or need somebody to ensure that it doesn't happen to you yet, because you've just been surviving by luck. So yeah, that's mostly, like, confessing it is mostly saying, yes, this is true, but also, I am also here, and you know that I am untrustworthy, so don't mess with these 4.
Yeah.
But also, there is a path that has been presented to me of what earnestness can do, and I hope that it can be rewarding to you as well when this war is over and we don't have to look over our shoulders all the time. So yeah, that conversation was rad. I wanna talk to Fjarlan again at some point in the future, because that was really cool. But yeah, the next place you will see me is back on Twitch tomorrow night. Let me find the link again so I can let you all know that I will be playing in an actual play of Sentai and Sensibility, run by the game's designer, Bug Bowl. It's gonna be really, really rad. So if you want to see Regency era Power Rangers shenanigans, That's going to be a great deal of fun. The game, as a reminder as well, is presently on Kickstarter. So if that is the kind of thing that you are into, definitely support the thing and spread the word. I think it's really, really rad. As of this moment, with 18 days to go, it is like 1,000%, 1,000% over its goal. But yeah, definitely check out the thing. It's really, really cool. And then I do things here on this channel as well. Very rarely, but I am about over here and on my own Twitch channel, twitch.tv/The Rising Tides. And exclamation point Gray Shade for Gray Shade stuff. So I don't forget that Gray Shade stuff needs to happen.
Yes, more discussions about that coming within 24 hours, I think, as we'll be discussing things more. But always a pleasure. That was really a ton of fun. Thanks, Brandon. And I will speak to you tomorrow. Well, later today, I guess. Moving right up to Marie. Again, wonderful stuff, Marie, with Merime and Alarion. Again, that was a really lovely conversation. I think it was really enjoyable. I agree with John. I thought it was great to see Merime coming to Alarion about. This is one of the few times that the two fighters were talking about it. Not in terms of like, look, you know that we're the two people that are like fighting the, that sort of thing. Yeah, it wasn't so much that, but there was just a sort of sense of trying to understand common experience and the whole dream sequence. The why dreaming is important to Merime, but also, the idea of like, this is the first time I knew this, but this is the first time that you've really, I think, it extensively described the idea of keeping it, wanting it to be grounded, wanting it to be real, feeling like the dreams caused you to just kind of float and feel as if you were being aimless instead of like, so, and that therefore makes all the explanation about why the ribbons and why the, the stuff that feels so like sensual and material, but the idea is to sort of ground constantly in the now. And I thought that was really well developed and has been developed over the course of this whole campaign. So that was a lot of fun to see, and a lot of fun as well to see just you, Alarion, and Merime kind of developing over time. The dream was also really interesting. I think your reaction to the dreams, and dreams are by their nature, especially Kalashtar dreams are by their nature, can feel contradictory or vague, but there are truths within them. And I'm very curious to see, what truths you pull out of it that maybe, more exact direct truths and what are more sort of like feelings, vibes, trends, stuff like that. So there's just a lot of that great stuff that sort of reified a lot of the different relationships, and I am interested to see how those get developed over time. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I love today's session. I mean, it was just so much fun, and it was so great to see everyone else's RP as always. I mean, I just love you all. But it was really beautiful to see, and I loved. It was interesting that Merime had the dream and then had decided to talk with Hilarion because her sister wasn't there, which would usually be her first. I will talk to my sister, but she wasn't there. She was doing her own thing. And then she was like, no, you know what? I want to talk to Hilarion because, there's concerns. There's a bit of how much can I be trusted with it? And there's also a bit of like, in the back of her head, there's like, I want Hilarion to know that Nisiana needs protection. I want to just hammer it home. Like with a great big hammer of dream, just hammer it home that like, if you can do nothing else in combat, protect her. Especially after the dream that she'd had where she purposefully make the decision to stand aside and watch her sister get taken by the swarm, even as she called for help, which was not an easy thing for her to do, but she's like, I need to see exactly what will be revealed to me. Like, this is not true. This is not happening. It is not real. So it was interesting. It was a really good session. Thank you so much for it, Greg. That was a lot of excellent work on your part. And thank you for the cool armor. So next, I will be here, of course, at the next session. And beforehand, I will be on a reading series called Strong Women, Strange Worlds, in which I will read 8 minutes. It will be a lot of fun. There will be gifts and all that. It is on February 15th at 7 Eastern Time. It is free on YouTube, but you do have to sign up. So I will put the link in chat. And I also have My Keepers of a Broken Lion series is available. So if ever you're curious to see what happens 20 years after the war, after they've defeated the enemy, or so they thought, what happens then to three women in this case, and everything as darkness sweeps their land again, and the battle is not quite as one as they'd hoped it was. So I'll put that in the link as well.
Good stuff. Thank you, Marie. Always a pleasure. And yes, you folks should
Thank
definitely
you.
tune in for that. Last but certainly not least, Tren. It's difficult to role play, as we've talked about. It's difficult to role play trauma sensitively, and it's difficult to role play when part of the experience of narratively representing trauma is the fact that someone's not going to be super, like outgoing for a bit. Like they're not going to be like, let me talk to everybody and speak to everybody and all that stuff, because it's not going to sort of fall true to the character. And it is gradually going to fade, and Tanton is going to return to, his normal self on a certain level, although of course always affected, but will outwardly anyway appear that way, but not initially. And so I think you've done a good job in sort of sensitively bringing that forward. And so as a result, a lot of the stuff then had to be done subtly. I love the idea that you were actually working on the bracelet, when you were in the room, and then came out with that. And I love the idea that you were kind of coming to terms with, part of what coming to terms with is sort of this, like, I need this time to process. So even to the extent of saying to Merime, you need to cut me out, of your thing so I can just have a little bit of time on my own, was also really important, I think, as kind of a position of understanding. And it's fascinating how many of your fellow King Citadel members were concerned about you, expressed specific concerns about you, whether it was Nisiana, whether it was Alarian, whether it was Merime talking about stuff, and obviously Rowan, knocking on the door, passing the card. I love that idea, by the way, of the card that had the drawing on it of like ripping the Lord of Blades apart and pushing on the door. All of them in some ways concerned about how Tanton was doing, even when Tanton was not physically doing a lot in this session because of what we've just described. And so that was really enjoyable to see, and I am very interested to see how that pays dividends actually going forward as Tanton comes through some of this processing. How did you feel about those experiences, and where will the fine folks find you next turn?
Find me here. It's just there was a point where some female halfling, who shall remain nameless, had pinged me privately saying, "Oh my God, are you okay?" Because everybody else is doing stuff and you're just kind of sitting there. I'm like, "Oh no, this is good." It was just and just seeing everybody else, because every time it came up, every time somebody's like, "Okay, what about Tanton?" What? Because I'm playing through other threads in my head going, okay, it could go this way, it could go this way, and so somebody mentions his name and I'm like, wait, what?
Multiple times. Yeah.
And every time it was a surprise to me. And I loved it. There was a point when Rowan slid the card under the table, the first thing I thought was, is Spanner going to shred that thing?
And then push it back out the door, like just here are the pieces.
Just sawdust, push back out of the like, no. But he wasn't working on the bracelet all night. He only started that in the morning.
Oh, okay, or whichever, but
because I was also debating whether or not he would have. Where did he get the wood? And I was like, did he just rip a leg off one of the tables in his room? No, he's not gonna get destructive. Like, he probably has, scraps of all kinds of shit with him, and it'll be fine. I loved the fact that Rowan knocked once, and when he didn't answer, he left him alone.
Yeah.
And then everybody recognized, okay, well, we'll give him some space. I was like, oh, I love these people. This is why I love playing with these people. It's just, God, I love them. The moment of how would you feel if you lost your sister? I was like, oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, that was the right question to ask. But damn. And the zero hesitation of inconsolable. I'm like, ding.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I love them all. I just love it. Love it, 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 love it. Anyway, so you'll have to, as I think it was Marie said, we need a handouts on these bits of armor.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
we know
yeah.
what they
I
are.
will. Yes.
So that we can, do the thing. Where will people see me next? Here, not this coming Tuesday, but a Tuesday after that.
I think it's like, I think it's
The
2 weeks
20th.
from Tuesday. Yeah, from 2 weeks from this coming Tuesday. Yeah, I think that's right.
Let me double check the date. Yes, the 20th, where we'll be back here Tuesday morning for me. Even though it'll probably be pretty late in my day, whatever. For some more Beowulf.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yep, some Three Ogre Brothers work that has to be done. Yeah.
Yep.
And dealing with a apparently disappearing group of people that were in a church that's no longer there. Yeah. It's just, standard
Otto
stuff.
doesn't care about that.
Yeah, it's like whatever.
He's like, look, I told you people to stop freaking out over it. It's obviously not an ill omen because you are all alive and you're fine and you were well cared for. Shut up.
You're
get
fine,
in the boat.
all right? You're
yeah,
fine.
exactly.
Yeah, I know.
But more of that.
Good stuff. And yeah, it was really lovely from all of the folks. Chat, you're going to see these folks in 2 weeks. The 17th, Saturday the 17th, is when they will be back here for... So I think it's 200. So that's right. So that'll be before the Beowulf. So 2 weeks from today is when you will see this entire crew together again as D&D with Infinity and Beyond. And if you liked it, please spread the word and buy all these folks books / audiobooks / all that kind of good stuff and game design stuff. But I'm going to let them go. Again, thanks so much to the incredible crew of Dungeons & Dragons with Infinity and Beyond of Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, Brandon O'Brien, Jennifer Brozek, and John Helfers. Wonderful work, players. I will see you folks soon. Bye for now. Alrighty. So that is going to lead us to the end of the stream. And I'm just going to transition over here with a couple of just quick notes. First of all, let me just, now that we've gotten all of this, let me leave that page behind and that pleasant, here we are in the Institute, in this pleasant university. Thank you all for watching. I hope you folks enjoyed it. I had a great time today. We ran a little bit longer than I was planning to because we were, like I say, distributing armor, but it was a great time. And I am very excited to see how they handle all of their cool new stuff going forward. I will be back to you folks this coming Tuesday at noon Eastern for that aforementioned Beowulf Age of Heroes, but it will be starring Tari Toons in her character's adventure that we are conducting. So that's going to be happening at noon Eastern. And then at 4 p.m. Eastern, I'll be over on GOG's Twitch channel with Pen and Pixels and the game Dredge. So that is going to be a good time. I am very excited for that. And then I'm going to be at Boscone basically a week from today. So I am very excited for that too. And if anyone is in the Boston area, would love to see any or all of you there. If you like what you saw and heard today, please follow the channel. Check out our YouTube at !ArvTube. And if you're watching me on YouTube, thank you all for being there. And please think about checking out my Twitch channel as well at twitch.tv/ArvinElleron. That would be lovely. The Discord is !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Blue Sky, !ArvSky. Website, ArvinElleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop. That's the merchandise area. !ArvTreon is that Patreon sitting right over there. We're really trying to build that up and get cool stuff for yourself and cool stuff for the channel. Subbing to the channel is always really appreciated, and or resubbing. We had a couple of people do that tonight. Thank you, because that makes a big difference as well. Plus those custom sub badges. Excuse me, and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. On the publishing side, Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library, that's my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and of course, Grayshade, which is my Grayshade, my Grey Assassin trilogy. First two books, Grayshade and Renegade, are already out, as is the the audiobook by our very own Trent Sparks, who you just heard speaking. Those individuals will all be a part of this. And so you can get those things, the 2 books and the audiobook right now. You can also pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade being done by Brandon O'Brien, who you just had a chance to see, and Alligator Alley Entertainment. That's coming out very late this year. And, of course, the novel, the final novel in the Grey Assassin trilogy. I am almost done with the manuscript for that. Then it has to go through edits, but I'm almost done with the manuscript. And that is, of course, Heretic, the final book in the Grey Assassin trilogy. There's a lot in that, y'all. There's a lot in that. It's touching a lot of different areas. There's a lot of payoffs, a lot of the feels. So there's a lot going on in that book. I'm very pleased with how it's coming out. And it's going to be concluding not only a book, but also concluding a trilogy for me. So I'm very happy about it, very excited about what it could mean down the line in terms of the reception that I hope it gets. So you can pre-order that as well from the amazing Athos Arts with that exclamation point Greyshade link. Last but certainly not least, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. And exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message that we will do so for others in a similar situation in the future. We are going to do a very quick raid, and the raids are very simple. If you are not a raid, if you are not a sub, you can do this. The Argonauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you can do this. Arvany Hype, the Argonauts have landed, do that Twitch raid thing again, and then you've got Arvany Roar, Arvany Hype, Arvany Smug, Arvany Blown, Arvany Love, Arvany Witch, Arvany Crit Hit, all the Arvanys, Arvany Smug, I think I mentioned, all the Arvanys when you were brought over there auto-magically. Good for the channel we raid and good for us as well. Thanks to all my wonderful viewers tonight. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Best in the Business, Drew the Damager, Shadow Mage, The Rising Tides, of course. Thank you to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers, Drew, Shadowed, Rising Tides, Crit Twitch, and Trending. Thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Sophia, to Big Boss. Thank you to Cloud. Thank you to Defective. Thank you to Dragon Spear, who was a mod but is lurking. Thank you to Gon Eden. Thank you to Isabits. Thank you to Jagtris, to Joseph, to Marie. Thank you to Mark. Thank you to Melone. Thank you to Mrs. Dunsel, Radio Johnny Panda, Regress, Sakoki. Thank you to The Game Remain. Thank you to Thordex Mommy, and thank you to Xavi. And in particular, thanks tonight to the wonderful and amazing D&D with Infinity and Beyond crew. Thank you to Tren, Marie, Brandon, Jen, and John for being awesome as always. Please stick around for the raid, and otherwise I will see you lovely folks back here Tuesday afternoon for some Beowulf Age of Heroes with Tari Tunes. Until then, please spread the word about the show and the channel. Please sub and support the Patreon and do all that good stuff. And please, most of all, everyone be good to each other. Have a good couple of days, and I'll catch y'all soon. Bye for now. Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Ilarion, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams have grown more troubled, the sight of her future grown more dim, but whose skill in battle, wisdom in counsel, and love for her sister and the Citadel has grown even stronger. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory, with knowledge of what he did for the last war, and what he can or must do for the next one. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel, even as the threats they face grow stronger and stranger, and even if she herself can't know where the next path might lead. Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. Now he's gone all in to save his friends. But will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, and started to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the Emerald Claw and the Nation of Thrain. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief somehow tied into the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Erulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to take down the repurposed Conclave outpost, repel a war-forged invasion, and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress, Razorcrag. They found an elemental forge of great power and rescued both hostages from Salvation and the maker of the Oracle of War himself. But the cost, and Braelish soldiers and the mighty floating fortress Argoth, taken by the Lord of Blades himself, was high. Now the King's Citadel must widen their world, traveling to the neighboring countries of Karnath, Thrain, and beyond. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, and neutralized Razorcrag. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, unmask the Emerald Claw, and stop a war? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world beyond Salvation.